getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet, the storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour and troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpents.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, but chose to just neglect it. Deflected by some breaking news, oh, we just accept it. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, blind, not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day. Oh, one day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Hey y'all, can you hear me? Damn snacks, y'all start school late. They start school later than they used to when I was in school, I believe, because I believe when I was in school, we started like the 1st of August. They got it all different these days. Nicole, you want to fuss because Chai's here? Well, you're pulling a fucking Betty, so. Oh, homeschool, okay. I tell you what, if I had little ones in school these days, I would definitely homeschool. I'm so glad my children are grown and August 12th. Yeah, I think that's about whenever we would, around first, second week, maybe. Y'all know anything about this prison situation with Russia we got going on? JD Vance is doing a speech too that I want to go over. We get old Slow Joe here. Let's see. This was just a spur of the moment thing that I seen. He's already been live, but Slow Joe. Let's see. Where's it at? Oh, your baby's 16. Aw. My baby turned 18 in January. Hey, that's awesome though. Hey, new kids, how you doing, love? That's awesome to graduate at 16. Hell yeah. Nicole's baby's precious. We are doing well. What was it that Aunt Chai got your little boy, Nicole, and I can't remember now. I seen it on Facebook. It was the cutest thing ever. I just loved everything about that picture that Aunt Chai got. Guinea pig. Okay, we're gonna start at the beginning here. It's been on for a while, but I'm gonna speed him up so we don't have to have Slow Joe too much. Yeah, that was the sweetest pictures. Everything about it, because Aunt Chai got it and him, and it was just precious. I love that picture. Okay, let's go over here and get this party started. Because I am new to all of this. Have y'all heard about this going on? The prisoners with the U.S. and Russia and exchange, and I haven't heard nothing about this. It's new to me.
Memorial. One of those Russians runs a human rights organization, Memorial, which won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others work with Alexei Navalny, political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year.
It's new to
Now,
me, Snacks. I'm
they can live
interested.
safely abroad and continue their work of advocating for democracy if they so choose. This still would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. They stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who were justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter. And today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world, friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon, especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this.
He seems more coherent here than he ever has.
And we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well. That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom, for liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today.
And all them
I want to thank everyone
illegals.
in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did not start just on day one. It started before day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration. I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad. Many since before I took office.
I
Additionally,
remember
issued an
that
executive order in
Brittany
2022
Snacks. I remember that
authorizing
name.
penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government. Deals like this one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad. And so we'll continue to work for the release of all wrongfully detained Americans around the world.
Right. It is election.
Let me
year.
end where I began. with
He lets
Paul,
all the illegals
Evan,
in,
and
though.
also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. We can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while. All kidding aside, can't imagine their joy right now.
Meaning Trump snacks.
Tomorrow's a big day, the 13th birthday of Miriam. Miriam, where are you? Here. You all know we have a tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. Ready? All
Oh,
right.
wow.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
This
birthday
is so,
to
I'm
you.
sorry, but this is
Happy
inappropriate.
birthday,
I'm
dear
sorry.
Miriam. Happy birthday to you. Remember, no serious past your 30.
That's what I thought, Snacks Trump.
She's Alsu's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate with her mom. That's what this is all about. Families. Able to be
That was the
together.
wrong time for that. Remember when he was talking about ice cream during a
So
school
thank you
shooting?
again to everyone who did their part. In just a few hours, we'll welcome home our fellow Americans. We're looking forward to that. God willing, we're going to be out at Andrews and get that done.
Right,
So
Nicole,
thank you,
J6.
Thank you. And this is a good day.
What did you say to him on the phone, sir? What did you say when they answered the phone on the other side?
I said, welcome almost
Nikki.
home.
Other countries, these so-called abductor states, from simply taking more Americans in order to get more of their prisoners home. How do you end these perverse incentives, sir?
Or advising people not to go certain places. Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
These negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with 6 countries to secure these moves?
Well, look, I'm not going to take the time now, but I'll do this later in the week. I particularly owe a great sense of gratitude to the Chancellor. The demands they're making to me required me to get some significant concessions from Germany, which they originally concluded they could not do because of the person in question. But everybody stepped up. Poland stepped up. Slovenia stepped up. Turkey stepped up. And it matters to have relationships. It really does. These things matter. Pardon me?
Could this improve relations with Russia? Is there any avenue for that after this prisoner exchange deal?
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
Vladimir Putin about this? Would you be willing to speak with Putin now directly?
I don't need to speak with Putin. Anyway,
How did you weigh that decision? It sounds like that way it
I got home innocent people. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Are you speaking with everyone bringing the leaders about this?
Say that again?
Are you speaking with President Erdogan about the leaders about this?
Yes, I've spoken to all the leaders about this.
What do you say? How do you
And
feel
by the way,
about it?
as a father, look, you heard me say this
He's
before.
always in a hurry to get off stage.
My dad had a simple proposition. Family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. I
Facts,
think there's anything
Snacks.
more consequential. I mean it sincerely. And having lost family, not a different way, and not knowing what's happening, the circumstance when they're accidental, health, it matters.
Mr. President, what did Germany ask for in response to their?
The markers are here. Hello, everyone.
Well, that was weird.
Everybody? Well, good afternoon. And this is a very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. Today, we're bringing home Paul, Evan, Alsu, Vladimir. 3 American
Don't
citizens and one
fly.
American
Hey,
green
good to
card
see
holder.
you.
All 4 have been imprisoned unjustly in Russia. Paul for nearly 6 years. Vladimir since 2022. Evan since March of 2023. And Alsu since October of 2023. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever. None. Paul, a former Marine, was in
Just
Russia
like
for a
January
wedding.
6th.
Evan, a journalist with in Russia, was in Russia, signed by the Wall Street Journal. Also a journalist, was in Russia to see family. All three falsely accused of being spies. And Vladimir was a Russian citizen by birth and holds an American green card. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was a pallbearer at my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime. And for that, he was convicted of treason. And now, their brutal ordeal is over, and they're free. Moments ago, the families and I were able to speak to them on the telephone from the Oval Office. They're out of Russia. Earlier today, they were flown to Turkey, and soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all.
I'm going to pause that just a second. How ironic the J6 people are getting out of prison and now this happens. How ironic, huh?
Family members gathered here. It's a relief to the friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well. These 16 prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, 5 Germans, 7 Russian citizens who are political prisoners in their own country. One of those Russians runs a human rights organization, Memorial.
And they want to say
Nobel
Trump
Prize
and
in
Putin is
2022.
best friends.
Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others work with Alexei Navalny, political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year. Now they can live safely abroad and continue their work of advocating for democracy if they so choose.
Let the
This
rest
deal
of
would not have been
J6
made
out,
possible without our
motherfucker.
allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who are justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home. So for anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter. And today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world, friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon, especially on matters of great consequence and sensitivity like this. Our alliances make our people safer, and we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the
Facts,
world.
Nicole.
It also
Like
says a
he-
lot about us.
Like
This
he
deal
said he
includes
would
the
take
release of Russian
Moscow.
political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure their release as well. That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom,
Right,
liberty,
snacks.
for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today. I want to thank everyone in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did
Trump.
not start just on day one. It started before day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration. I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad. Many since before I took office. Additionally, I issued an
audacity.
executive order in 2022 authorizing penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government.
January
Deals like this
6th.
one come with tough calls, and there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad. And so we'll continue to work for the release of all wrongfully detained Americans around the world. Let me end where I began, with Paul, Evan, and also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. You can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while. All kidding aside, can't imagine their joy right now. They're home. Tomorrow's a big day, the 13th birthday. of
Oh my
Mary.
God, Boo Boo Kitty. Hey, I ain't seen you in a while.
You all know we have a tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. You ready? All of
Didn't
you.
we just- we
Happy
just-
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mary. Happy birthday to you. Remember, no serious guys till you're 30.
I'm gonna pause it there a second. Nicole, I'm gonna delete your comment because I don't want to get any back whatever lash on that about Caitlyn Jenner. You know how people fucking are on here, which I don't care, but thank you, love. You just know how these fuckers are on here. I don't care, but why's he got all them kids there? It's good to see you, boo boo, for real. You're okay, Nicole. I get it though. I do. I get it. Trust me. And I got him sped up, so he's talking faster than normal.
God love you. She's all Sue's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate with her mom. That's what this is all about. Families. Able to
Oh,
be
get that
together.
symphony card in
Like you
there.
should have been
People
all
feel
along.
bad.
So I want to thank you again to everyone who did their part.
It is, boo boo. It's
In just a few
gone.
hours, we'll welcome home our fellow Americans. We're looking forward to that, God willing.
And
we'll do
snacks,
the
he's gonna
job
take
and
them
get
for
that
ice
done.
cream.
So thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is a good day.
What did you say to him on the phone, sir? What did you say when they answered the phone on the other side?
I said, welcome almost home.
Countries, these so-called abductor states, from simply taking more Americans.
He must
in order
took
to
his
get more
Viagra
Americans.
today.
How do you end these perverse incentives, sir?
We're advising people not to go certain places. Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
These negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with 6 countries to secure these routes?
Well, look, I'm not going to take the time now, but I'll do this later in the week.
Hey, Squirrels on Fire. How you
Simply
doing,
know
love? That's
a
right.
great
Fuck Joe Biden and justice for
sense
Kylie.
of gratitude
Keep up
to
the good fight,
the
love.
Chancellor. The demands they're making to me required me to get some significant concessions from Germany, which they originally concluded they could not do because of the person in question. But everybody stepped up. Poland stepped up. Slovenia stepped up. Turkey stepped up. And it matters to have relationships. It really does. These things matter. Pardon me?
Could this improve relations with Russia? Is there any avenue for that after this prisoner exchange deal?
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
I just want to pause this a second. If anyone is still into justice for Kylie Rodney, definitely sub up to Squirrels on Fire there. She has not ever let Kylie down. Could someone drop her link, please? Keep up the good fight. For real. And I appreciate what you do for Kylie, because Kylie's very dear to my heart and will always be. And justice for Kylie Rodney.
To speak with Putin now directly?
I don't need to speak with Putin.
Anyway. How did you weigh that decision of letting somebody out? It sounds like I know you've heard that.
I got home.
Thank you, Snacks and Nicole.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Boo Boo, check out Squirrels there. She's got it all.
Are you speaking with everyone bringing the leaders about this?
Say that again?
Are you speaking with President Erdogan about the leaders about this?
Yes, I've spoken to all the leaders about this.
What do you say?
And by the way, as a father, look, you heard me say this before. I mean it. My dad had a simple proposition. Family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. I can think of nothing more consequential. I mean it sincerely. And having lost family, not a different way, not knowing what's happening, or circumstances when they're accidental, health, it matters.
Mr. President, what did Germany ask for in response to their?
The markers are here. Hello, everyone.
Okay, they're just repeating this over and over, right? Or am I fucking senile like Joe Biden now? What the hell? They just keep. Yeah, it's the same thing over and over. What the hell? What the fuck? See, he can't never. Right, his scared granddaughter and I guarantee you this has something to do with J6 getting. Because the truth about J6 is out and it's coming out and they're getting out of prison. And like Snack said, it's election year. And I didn't, right, Nicole? Like, We learned nothing. It's his granddaughter's birthday. That was disappointing, which it's not a surprise. Not a surprise. Let's see here. Where is... Yeah, make sure you sub up to Shan Squirrels on Fire there. Facts, Shan. Squirrels on Fire. Exactly. Did you watch any of the RNC, the Republican thing they done for the 3 days in Milwaukee with Trump? Whenever Peter Navarro spoke, he said that he went to jail, he went to prison so we didn't have to. And that's just a strong fucking statement. I did too. I watched it all. And when Peter, he's my favorite one on there. One of the first things he says, he said, y'all want to see my MAGA tattoo? Because he just got out of prison that day, and yeah, I love Peter. That was such a fucking strong statement when he said he went to prison so we didn't have to. And see, Squirrels on Fire, I love you even more. You love Trump. Have you always been a Trump fan? Because I wasn't until I seen what Joe Biden was doing to our country. I was never into politics. And now I'm like, oh yeah, I'm all about it. I've gotten out of true crime pretty much. And I like some politics and Gypsy Rose. Right, it's all Trump's fault. But no, I'm glad the prisoners or whatever's getting released over there. But what about they need to let every one of the J6 people out? Come on now. And what was it Trump said to Putin? I can't never remember that KVIV word. I can't never say it. I'm fucking redneck as hell. But he said, if you take that, I'm going to take Moscow. And I was like, fuck yeah, man. And then I love JD Vance. I mean, I loved him before Trump picked him. And when I heard Trump pick him, I loved it. It's like this right here. Where is it? I'm voting for the felon and the hillbilly. See, I was a Dem too for the longest time, and I did not like Trump, and I did not want him to win when he won in 2016. But then whenever I seen what he really done and that he kept his word, 100% Republican. And Trump was a liberal, And look, I mean, so many have turned, Republican, and it's not even really about either side. It's about what's right. And I can believe that. I can believe that. And I will never believe that was an accident. And I want to cry every time, really, I think about Kylie. And that's like, everybody has their case, true crime case or whatever. And Kylie is mine. And I just feel she'll never get justice, you all. And Shan, I want to hook you up with my lawyer friend, that you've been wanting to talk to. I'm going to see if I can get her to talk to you. And she's been really sick, though. She has cancer, and she's been fighting it for a long time. But there's just so much I want to say, and I don't, I got death threats and shit, and over that. My channel got took down twice. But, and Mr. Mark, he emailed me one day. I didn't even know who he was. And I'm glad he did because, he's a pretty cool dude too. And Yeah, the fire cam. Yeah, it's Shane, do you believe Xanime's involved? Poor Kylie, man. Yeah, me same. Squirrels on fire. Sorry, I calling you by your name. Stonefly, you believe? Yep. Well, in my opinion, yes, 100% she's involved. And yep, she took a trip back home. Remember that to get her family or whatever? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I can't say too much because I'll fucking be sued. Um, there is this, I don't really know if it's a poison or what it is, but very, very hard to get. There's only certain parts of the world you can get it. And it's called polonium. And that's all I'm gonna say. And polonium. And Kylie was being emancipated. She was on the third step. There's 5 steps to being emancipated. And she was on the third step. And the third step was serving her parents papers. She never made it any further. And that's facts. And I believe Kylie was going to expose the cult, and Megan's involved. I'm probably saying too much, but yeah. It's crazy. I think about Kylie all the time. Like, we even got the DOJ involved, and it's like, you can tell they're fucking corrupt because they're like, well, we got to have 5 people before we can research it. The DOJ told us that, me and my lawyer friend. And, well, there was 5 people. Because who was it that my lawyer friend was trying, was it Jeff? No. Maybe it was Jeff. Who was another one? Not YouTube Jeff, that dude. There was another. Yup. And Shan, was it Jeff? Okay. But there was 5, and they were going to go and investigate it, and never heard another word. Yeah, there was somebody else. I can't remember who it was. Yes, he hated Jeff. It wasn't Mr. Mark. Fuck, what was his name? He was a cop or something, or said he used to be or something. Kevin Neese, that's it. Yep, him. And he's a fraud, I believe, kind of. It's Kevin, yes. I forgot a lot about it too until I get to talking about it, and then it hits me. But they did. They needed 5 people to report their filings to the DOJ, and they would go out to Truckee and investigate. And they got their 5 filings, and they never done it. They never done it. Then that Austin guy, you remember the Austin guy that ran up on Juan at Prosser? Or, yeah, where Kylie's car went in at allegedly. He is with Homeland Security. I'm going to say too much, but give me death threats again. Fuck it. Give me some exciting in my life again, you know? But remember that Ram sticker on Kylie's car allegedly and all that? And there's some stuff to that. I don't know if you, the DOJ is a joke. They're corrupt. Yep. I learned that in Kylie's case. They're fucking just as corrupt. Because I'm telling you, man, we had some fucking solid evidence. We really did. And because me and my friend, we had connections, we done our shit, we had proof, you know, and nope. But after the DOJ stuff and all that, that's whenever we backed off because my friend was getting pictures of her driver's license sent to her and all kinds of shit. It was fucking wild, man. But yeah, that Austin guy was Homeland Security. And like my friend, you know, she's pretty much dying of cancer and she's been fighting cervical cancer for years and I think it's getting the best of her. And she got this random call one day, or not call, but text. And it's like, why don't you worry about spending time with your own kids since you're going to be dead soon instead of worrying about Kylie? And we was like, what the fuck? And Shan, did you see where Upchurch is going to subpoena Doug Bishop? Did you see that? Yeah, and yeah, Chucky's horrible, and then John Podesta's there, all kinds of Yeah, Upchurch said he's going to summons Doug Bishop. Austin from Austin, yep. He's Homeland Security. I agree, but they're still going at it, you know. Let me see here. I actually watched that this morning. Because I was going through Ron's videos. I was actually thinking about Kylie this morning. Hold on here. I actually made a playlist of it this morning of Ron's stuff. Okay, last time I played Ron stuff because it's really copyrighted it, they shut my stream down. But if they do that, just don't go nowhere. I don't know if this one's it. Let's see here. I can't remember which one it was because he's done a few of them here that I got saved. It was a recent one, I believe. I think maybe this. Where the fuck did I go? What the hell? Look, I've done scrolled off on Kylie. I do like talking about Kylie. I just get a little nervous because of the shit that's happened, you know. I don't know if this one's it. Let me see here. Let me look at the transcript here. Hold on. He could have been Squirrels on Fire. No, I just want to see this here. Let me see. Where's it at? I want to find this. It's on my mind now. Because Church was talking about, you know, Riley Strain Riley Kiley in the SF Investigates was the PI on both of those cases, and they both ended up in water. Good point. SF Investigates is one of them that took my channel down the second time. Oh, Check It TV did the first time I got it back. Oh, I just want to see this where he talks about Doug Bishop. But we are going to talk about MAGA here in just a second. Snacks, yes, allegedly, in my opinion. Church, I mean, I believe Kylie was real. That's the only thing that I disagree with Church about. But he is right on a lot of stuff. I'm just saying. Where's this song? Okay, that one's not it. I do like talking about Kylie sometimes. Because she's forever in my heart. I believe this one is it. What the fuck was it? Oh, there's old Jeff when he's talking about Jeff. YouTube Jeff, whatever his name is. Let's see here. Let me go. I'm going through the transcript, see if I can get it. So. Here, we'll watch a little bit. I think this one's it. Facts. Facts. Because OSF, he's a Playboy photographer. And that's, I was showing all the proof that he was on that and stuff, and he struck my channel down. Will and Annie, oh my God. I'm surprised they didn't get sued, Snacks. For real. I think Annie was about to, and yeah. Hold on, I gotta, it's gonna be a little fast. Church.
Yes, they do. One, they covered the Kylie Rodney case. Zanime was at the campsite where she went missing and said she seen the party she was at. Tony Dodge is the only person on YouTube who interviewed one of the little girl who went missing's friends, Sammy. Tony Dodge checked in on Facebook check-ins in Truckee. Where'd the little girl go missing? Truckee. Where was Zanime? Truckee. How in the fuck do you think that they don't have nothing to do with it?
They've all been professionally investigated by private investigators, and myself have been watching them for over a year.
Oh, anybody can be a private investigator, you goofy fuck. All you gotta do is pay for the license. And you, what credibility do you have? Look at yourself, goofy. You can't even take a fucking bathroom.
Hey,
You're like
Andy.
a greasy fucking Goodwill version of Neo from Matrix. Go wash your motherfucking face for a goddamn tree starts growing on it.
On this video of me watching Exanime just 3 or 4 days ago. They don't even know I'm in these groups.
They don't know you're in the group. You are announcing that you're in the chat of the group in all capital letters.
Dun, dun, dun. Hey, you guys. Watched everything they do. I know who they talk to. I know where they work. I know how they make their money. I know who they hang out with.
Oh, is that right? Well, then why, when you was acting like you was looking for Kylie Rodney and finding all the information, how come your goofy ass didn't tell nobody none of this information you're talking about you having?
I'm telling you, they have nothing to do with the case at all.
That sounded real convincing.
Except for the fact that they're clout chasers. They're looking for fame. Tony Dodge wanted his channel to blow up, so he went and got an interview with Sammy Smith.
He wanted his channel to blow up.
You were
Do you
just
think
as
that this
bad.
interview for 3 minutes with the little girl that has no damn social media that nobody knows was going to do that? Do you think it's going to make him blow up? The fuck? Where y'all motherfuckers come from?
Okay, and also Exanime having a photo of her with a sheriff down at the Kylie, Find Kylie rally.
What's new information to us? Because she never said she was there. And there ain't no pictures of her there, so what are you talking about?
Or during the search time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that she was searching with other search teams. We'd never seen that footage. Do you want to tell us about that?
That means nothing. That means nothing.
Well, you're right. That does mean nothing because those two things you just said are both lies. So yes, they do mean nothing at all because you're trying to fuck the story up more. It's not going to work. We're not fucking retarded.
People are like, oh, that's a big deal. No, it is not.
No one is saying that. That's another lie. But you're right. The two lies you just said, no one needs to worry about because it's not part of the actual story. You just pulled that out of your ass or something because ain't nobody on YouTube heard that part. You and your hobble leg thinking about things on the street.
It is nothing. Okay, I know lots of people that were down there at the search time.
I bet you do.
And have photos of them with other people standing near sheriffs.
Well, that mystery solved.
Okay, it's just made up shit.
Did you really just accidentally say everything you just said is made up shit? Well, there we go. That proves my point. I mean, it's obvious your position is to be a fucking deterrent, but dude, you are not a good one. You suck.
Okay, I'm telling you, these people are so boring, I stopped watching them. Okay, but like I can prove to you with the screenshot, I've been watching them the whole time.
Well, that's not creepy at all.
Okay, I know everything about them, and I'm telling you that Ryan Upchurch is once again full of crap.
Ain't your ugly British ass got some fucking a bucket of crumpets to eat or some shit?
Making things up, trying to get views. I have somebody that was at the
Oh, you almost slipped up. He said, I had somebody that was at yeah. Where was they? Where'd you have somebody at? And why do you have people in places, bro? Huh? What are they doing? Tell us.
Party for Kylie, the celebration of life.
Okay, that one ain't it. Fuck. Church, why you got so much shit on here? Just a second. I gotta find this. Or it's gonna drive me nuts. Then we'll get back to MAGA. He's talking about P. Diddy and stuff here. Because I can't remember exactly what he said about Doug. And this is recent. I'm glad though, Church hasn't let them silence him. He's still going. Where's this fucking thing at? Damn it, Church. Hold on, we're getting there. There ain't very many more I got saved here. Billboards. MAGA number 2. So you know what I'm talking about too? Okay, let's go to MAGA number 2 here. Sorry, y'all, I squirreled off. We got the squirrel here. You got me squirreling. Let's see here. Okay, let's yeah, I think this is it. Everybody tries to blame everything on Trump, man. I'm gonna speak.
What is up, Grease Spot? How y'all doing tonight? So I noticed a lot of people watch the Make America Realistic Again video, so I decided to make a part 2. Now, I don't really know what kind of genre or classification this video would technically be. I guess it would kind of fall along the lines of technically a theory video or a conspiracy video, but it's really not because it's based on my own interactions in actual life and things I've experienced for myself firsthand. Now, people who've been following me for a while already know this, but for those of you that are just now getting here and don't know me that well yet, your boy has been dragged into court a shit ton over the years. Here's the odd thing. I haven't lost any of these cases. Never. So, like, what's the point, right? If anything, a lot of these people that have taken me to court owe me money, and they've never paid it. Probably never going to, right? It ain't about the money or none of that. It's about why is this happening? If you're taking me to court, dragging it out, losing, and then disappearing, what's the point? I'll tell you the point. The point is credibility. And it ain't just me that gets dragged to court for absolutely no reason and then gets a bunch of time wasted and then nothing happens. It's like a Biden time thing. And, you know, we've seen it with Alex Jones. We've seen it with Johnny Depp. We've seen it with Trump. We've seen it with a lot of people on the internet. It's to just only attack the credibility. That's it. So what does that tell you? It's because something they said, their opinion on something, or something they noticed and told everyone. That's why they're in court. Because the headlines are discredited. The news is discredited. How do I know? Because I've been in plenty of headlines and I've been on the news a lot. But here's what I want to know, and it seems a lot of other people want to know. Who are these people? Or what is this group's name that doesn't like when Americans have credibility? Who are they? And why are you so mad? Whose plan is being figured out? And why when us Americans talk about it to figure out who the fuck's doing this to us and making us fucking broke and trying to discredit all this, why does the news slander you? The newspaper? Aren't these supposed to be our people? Isn't this the American news? Isn't it an American newspaper? Okay, well, why when an American is smart and figures out something and tells other Americans, then it's a fucking problem? That is suspicious. And I'll tell you why it's suspicious.
The deep state.
Rodney thing, why am I still in court for this? This is just an example. We're not going to talk about it a lot. But I'm going to show you something so you know and you grasp what I'm saying. So I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars with this Kylie Rodney case, right? Okay. Well, here's the only problem. It seems that I have busted some shit wide open by even paying attention to this for 2 seconds. Because if you think about it for what it is, they're like, hey, we're taking you to court and suing you for having an opinion on an internet TV show. Do what? I'm not sure. That sounds goofy. But here's what you don't see. Do you want to see what I have figured out when I started looking into this? It seems like there's some sort of underlining language on Google Earth. And yeah, it does sound crazy, but here's what's actually crazy. First off, it's designed to sound crazy. So when you do figure shit like what I'm about to show you out, there is a auto-discrediting ideology about it. Instantly, the people who don't have time are like, you're crazy, you're crazy. Therefore, it condemns the people who are actually finding shit out and using logic to try to tell people. And the only people who don't think it sounds crazy are people who have enough time to look into it. Look at our
Deep
world.
state.
It's designed to not have time
Facts.
for anything. You do the math. Once again, why am I in court? Because I had an opinion on a TV show or because I found out something? So check it. The people who were taking me to court over the Kylie Rodney case are the same exact people who got on the internet and was like, hey, everyone, look at the Kylie Rodney case. Everyone needs to speculate. Everyone speculate. Everyone give your opinion. Everyone give clues. Why, when I speculate, I'm in court for speculating? Because I was someone speculating who isn't distracted. That's why. Now, when all this shit was going down and they were telling everyone speculate, speculate, it was the same time all these Google Earth callers were running from the police. We still really don't know why they were running from the police. Every news clip that I've looked up about it, when they asked the people, why'd you run? They said, because I'm scared.
Right now, a driver with a Florida license is in jail in Indiana. He's accused of driving more than 100 miles per hour.
It wasn't just any car he was in, though. He was apparently driving one of those Google Street View cars. Look at this. Car wound up getting stuck in a creek. They say the driver ran a red. He was apparently scared to stop.
What are you scared of? Your job is working for Google, and it's...
I gotta pause this a second because I don't know what's up with Church's videos, but they'll shut me down. It's like, Church, let me play them. I'll get you some traction over there. He ain't wrong about a lot of stuff. The only thing I think, or I know he's wrong about, is Kylie Israel, you know?
to map the United States. What are you scared of? What if this is for entertainment purposes? What if it ain't what you think it is? What if Google Earth is a communication system that you can't read because you don't know how to read it? All right, so back to the Google Earth cars. So you see these Google Earth cars running from the police and running off the road, and they're jumping out of the car, they're trying to run away, and the cops are like, what are you doing? They're like, we're scared. And the cops are like, of what? And they're like, I don't know. It's this weird fucking standoff, right? So during this whole Kylie Rodney thing, I was like, why are the people covering this shit? Like, oddly enough, like talking in some weird fucking code, right? What the fuck's that all about? So I get on Google Earth and I start going around the campground, just kind of looking to see what the place looks like. And I noticed, I was like, why is this one road that obviously is a very nice paved road, nice neighborhood, the Google Earth car just stopped? It was weird. Anyway, the Google Earth car just stops. And it's like, why didn't it continue going down this road? Well, right off the interstate, at this road where the Google Earth car just stops for no reason, if you look to the right, there is graffiti on this electrical box spray painted that is insanely out of place. This book talks about out of place.
Just going to pause it here and there because I don't want it to shut down. But Church is very fucking smart on this stuff, man. Wasn't that wild? The fire alarm went off right in the middle of that. But he is very fucking smart, and he points out shit that makes sense. Hey, Truly, we was covering MAGA stuff, and we scrolled off on Kylie for a minute because Kylie's our girl.
Place, odd font words used as codes right in front of your face. So I see it, I type it in. But I'm gonna walk you through exactly how I got there so there's no discrepancies. So here's this campground where this little girl went missing, right? And I was like, hey, this shit seems weird. And I ended up in court, right? Well, the Google Earth car, for whatever reason, chose not to go down these two roads that lead directly to the campground. All right. So you go here, click it, let it zoom in, turn this mug around. You see, turn this mug around. See that electrical unit right here? Yeah. You'll see that it says
Watch this.
KOAZEMTK. So what you do is you go to your search bar, you type in KOAZEMTK, enter. It goes directly to a SEC GOV website. And when you click it, it's insurance claims on people from the Great American Insurance Company. Yeah, but it don't end there. There's an address on here, right? The address is 1110.
I'm going to speed it through a little bit.
Go to this place right here. Click this little button. Go to the dead end at the back parking lot. Click it. Go to the end, just like before. Now, did you notice anything? Look. So this is apparently from 2021. Obviously, this picture is not from 2021. There's nothing even near a 2021 car in the entire.
And he knows his cars.
Now look, you notice there's another arrow underneath this arrow, like kind of masked underneath it. Now watch this. See this building in the background? It's a church, right? Okay. Now watch when I click this, it's going to transform this church. There's all your new cars. There's a new parking lot. There's a new addition to the building. It makes no sense, by the way, based on that one. But it says, once again, it's from 2021. That cannot be. So during all this, two people that are involved in this girl went missing or whatever, and where I found the electrical unit, and where I found the insurance thing, where we just went to that church that looks like it was totally rebuilt or built around or whatever. Two people on YouTube that are these really weird YouTubers kept giving me fucking problems. And they're actually in this lawsuit, right?
Just pausing a minute so it don't shut me down. Sorry, y'all. I don't know why Church's videos do that, of all of them. I guess because he's got music.
It is really weird fucking names. And when you rearrange the letters, it makes a sentence. It says, ask your man to sell me a kid. And I was like, what the fuck? I should
Ink Mails Anime.
Later, it comes out on the internet that the dude who runs the AWP thing apparently was into some weird pedo shit. It's all over the internet. And then everyone who's on AWP quits.
Here it is.
So why am I in court again? Oh, that's right. I'm in court spending hundreds of thousands of dollars because I have my own opinion about this public TV show that's just there for entertainment. Yet I'm finding all this shit. Okay, sure. And this has been going on so long and I'm sick of it. So I'm about to subpoena somebody. I'm about to subpoena Doug Bishop because Doug Bishop came to my house and told me that he was scared. And I had 8 other people there as witnesses. You know what he said?
I'm going to slow this down because this is the part I wanted to listen to again. Because I just listened to this morning. Nick Wren knows stuff too, and I know that for a fact.
I'm about to subpoena Doug Bishop because Doug Bishop came to my house and told me that he was scared. And I had 8 other people there as witnesses. You know what he said? He said, bro, I'm scared. And we're like, why? He said, because this involves way, way higher ups in the government. I thought he was joking, right? Well, apparently he ain't joking, according to him. So I guess we'll find out when we subpoena him to court because I'm sick of dealing with this shit. Speaking on the higher ups that he was talking about, I find it weird that not long after he told me that, Nancy Pelosi and her husband get attacked by this fat hillbilly dude with a hammer.
You still here, Shan? That was wild there that they got attacked.
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope.
Hey. What is going on?
I'm not getting an answer on call.
How? She's third person away from the presidential position. How'd they get attacked by somebody with a hammer? Where's their secret service? Yeah, we all know what just happened recently. And also, in the interrogation to this shit, the very first fucking question they want is, what is my name, age, occupation, and education level? You're suing me for fucking slander. Why the fuck do you want to know my education level? Really, think about that. Man, fuck this guy. He's slandering me. Interrogation. What's your IQ? I have an opinion on a TV show. That's the first fucking thing. They want to know my education level.
I can't wait. I hope he does stick by that and he subpoenas Doug Bishop. And he needs to get Nick Wren in there too, in my opinion. All right, let's see here. Back to MAGA. All right, let's see. What was I gonna? I got sidetracked. Rest in peace, Kylie. Rest in peace. Oh, there's some stuff about Biden's impeachment. Oh, that's like 6 hours fucking long, though. Facts, Jan. Vote MAGA for sure. There was something. The fuck? I like Doug Bishop. What I thought was fucked up was, oh, fucking Pedo Jared. He said that if the truth didn't come out, that he would put it out, you know, like, and what happened to that? Oh, I wanted to watch, we're going to watch some JD Vance. Y'all know I love the hillbilly. Right. Right. It's crazy, isn't it? Like water to a flame. Didn't say a word. Doug Bishop seems like a pretty good dude. They had to sign NDAs and shit, and that's why they quit speaking. But if they have to sign NDAs and you get subpoenaed to court, do you have to speak, or does that NDA still protect you? Even if you get subpoenaed to court, summons to court or whatever. I like Nick Rand too, and yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let this play. This is live right now, but we're behind, of course. But
Kids walk down the aisle because of what Kamala Harris has unleashed at this border. The human toll of this is the thing that we cannot forget. We have got kids who can't learn in schools because their kids have been overwhelmed with migrant children who shouldn't be there. We've got hospitals where the wait times have exploded because illegal aliens are standing in front of the line of American citizens. The media needs to tell the truth, and Kamala Harris needs to change course on this crazy border mess, or the people who suffer the most are the people who can least afford to suffer. Now, I've heard so many stories just in the last half hour of how these guys have failed the American people and especially failed our children. But I want to.
so Shannon, if church does subpoena him, he can talk, right? Because I'm not very familiar on that stuff. If he's subpoenaed, he has to talk, right? Am I getting that right? Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Introduce some of the people who are fighting this day in and day out, and some of them I'm sure can tell you some stories, and it's just unbelievable. It is unbelievable what we're letting happen at the southern border, and we're letting it happen because Kamala Harris refuses to do her job. What President Trump and I promise to the American people is very simple. This is not rocket science. It is not hard to secure the southern border. You just have to re-implement some common sense policies. You've got to re-implement Remain in Mexico. You've got to stop catch and release. You've got to force the asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while their claims are being adjudicated. And you've got to finish this border wall and re-implement deportations. If people can come into this country and they know they're never going to be deported, you effectively have an open border. That's what Kamala Harris promised. That's what Kamala Harris did. And Donald Trump and I promised to do exactly the opposite. So first, of course, we saw great Sheriff of Cochise County, Bob Watkins. Thank you for doing what you do, and thanks for answering some of my questions. I want to introduce John Ladd, who is a fourth-generation rancher, who's told me things today. It's just hard to believe. You have people coming into his ranch, chasing his cattle, stealing his equipment, destroying his property, and his own government refuses to stop it. John, I'm sorry. As a United States Senator, I am ashamed at what this Harris administration has done, and I promise it's going to get better in about 6 months. Thank you, John. I want to talk about Paul Perez, who is at the front line.
I love Ted Cruz.
Crazy border policy. If you think about it, have we ever had an American border policy that is so at odds with the people who are actually doing it? You talk to these Border Patrol agents, and they are enraged that the Harris administration won't let them do their job. They just want to keep people safe. They need a president who lets them do that. So, Paul, if you want to say a few words, I think the media would love to hear from you.
So under President Trump, we had a secure border. We have the ability, the knowledge, and the will to secure this border. All we need is somebody like President Trump and Senator Vance to come in and let us do our job. We can secure this border. President Trump showed the American people that he can secure the border. All Borders Are Harris has shown is that they can create chaos on this border. Our communities are suffering. People are overdosing from fentanyl. This can be stopped. There is a playbook. President Trump had it, and he still has it. They can make it happen.
Paul, thank you, and thanks, Brandon, for being here. Here are Brandon. Thanks so much. You guys are doing incredible work, despite the fact you don't have the support of an administration. I'm going to close here in a second, but I want to just point out that when the media lies about Kamala Harris being the border czar, here is what you're lying about. You cannot have an effective border policy unless you have somebody who is coordinating all the different agencies of the U.S. federal government. You need the State Department involved to send people back to their home countries. You need the Department of Justice involved to prosecute these terrible drug crimes. And of course, you need DHS involved so that the Border Patrol is empowered to do their job. Kamala Harris, as border czar, was asked to coordinate all these functions of government, and she's done nothing. Every time I ask these guys, and I even asked, Brandon, Paul, let's play devil's advocate here. Tell me, has Kamala Harris done anything you've asked her to do? She is the border czar. Has your border czar done anything you've asked her to do? And the answer is no. They send letters, they make phone calls, they are begging the American president and vice president for leadership, and their own border czar ignores them. That is a scandal, that is a disgrace, and to every American watching this, it will stop, but only if you elect Donald J. Trump president in just a few months. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here.
Now, don't tell me this one's on a loop. I love J.D. Vance. If you haven't watched his movie or read his book, highly recommend. This is going to be a loop just like Biden. It sure looks like it.
Deportations on day one. They stopped construction of the border wall on day one. We see the border wall sitting here, ready to be completed behind us, and that can't happen because of Kamala Harris's administration. They reinstated catch and release, and they stopped remain in Mexico. So all of these asylum claimants who come to our border, they can now get released into our country because they're not forced to stay in Mexico while we adjudicate their asylum claims. And we have to remember that as terrible and idiotic as these policies were, they cause real human beings to suffer. A lot of you know my story, and I have been a little kid waiting at the bedside of his mother, angry that his mom took something that she shouldn't have taken, but praying to God, please, Jesus, let her wake up. And the unfortunate truth is because of the poison that Kamala Harris has let come into this country, there are a lot of those prayers that won't be answered. There are a lot of parents that won't wake up because when you take fentanyl, you don't wake up. It takes your life. So there are a lot of kids out there who have been deprived of second chances with their moms and dads. There are a lot of moms and dads out there who will never see their kids walk down the aisle because of what Kamala Harris has unleashed at this border. The human toll of this is the thing that we cannot forget. We have got kids who can't learn in schools because their kids have been overwhelmed with migrant children who shouldn't be there. We've got hospitals where the wait times have exploded because illegal aliens are standing in front of the line of American citizens. The media needs to tell the truth, and Kamala Harris needs to change course on this crazy border mess, or the people who suffer the most are the people who can least afford to suffer. Now, I've heard so many stories
love him,
just in the last
truly.
half hour of how these guys have failed the American people and especially failed our children. But I want to introduce some of the people who are fighting this day in and day out, and some of them I'm sure can tell you some stories. And it's just unbelievable. It is unbelievable what we're letting happen at this southern border, and we're letting it happen because Kamala Harris refuses to do her job. What President Trump and I promise to the American people is very simple. This is not rocket science. It is not hard to secure the southern border. You just have to re-implement some common sense policies. You've got to re-implement remain in Mexico. You've got to stop catch and release. You've got to force the asylum seekers to stay in Mexico while their claims are being adjudicated. And you've got to finish this border wall and re-implement deportation.
Amen.
If people can come into this country and they know they're never going to be deported, you effectively have an open border. That's what Kamala Harris promised. That's what Kamala Harris did. And Donald Trump and I promised to do exactly the opposite. So first, of course, we saw great Sheriff of Cochise County, Bob Watkins. Thank you for doing what you do, and thanks for answering some of my questions. I want to introduce John Ladd, who is a fourth-generation rancher, who's told me things today. It's just hard to believe. You have people coming into his ranch, chasing his cattle, stealing
This
his
is a
equipment,
loop.
destroying his property, and his own government refuses to stop it. John, I'm sorry. As a United States Senator, I am ashamed at what this Harris administration has done, and I promise it's going to get better in about 6 months. Thank you, John. I want to talk about Paul Perez, who is at the front line of pushing back against this crazy border policy. If you think about it, have we ever had an American border policy that is so at odds with the people who are actually doing it? You talk to these Border Patrol agents, and they are enraged that the Harris administration won't let them do their job. They just want to keep people safe. They need a president who lets them do that. So, Paul, if you want to say a few words, I think the media would love to hear from you.
Yeah, this is on loop
So
too.
under President
Fuck.
Trump, we had a secure border. We have the ability, the knowledge, and the will to secure this border. All we need is somebody like President Trump and Senator Vance to come in and let us do our job. We can secure this border. President Trump showed the American people that he can secure the border. All Borders Are Harris has shown is that they can create chaos on this border. Our communities are suffering. People are overdosing from fentanyl. This can be stopped. There is a playbook. President Trump had it, and he still has it. They can make it happen.
Paul, thank you, and thanks, Brandon, for being here. Here are Brandon. Thanks so much. You guys are doing incredible work, despite the fact you don't have the support of an administration. I'm going to close here in a second, but I want to just point out that when the media lies about Kamala Harris being the border czar, here is what you're lying about. You cannot have an effective border policy unless you have somebody who is coordinating all the different agencies of the U.S. federal government. You need the State Department involved to send people back to their home countries. You need the Department of Justice involved to prosecute these terrorist programs. And of course, you need DHS involved so that the Border Patrol is empowered to do their job. Kamala Harris, as border czar, was asked to coordinate all these functions of government, and she's done nothing. Every time I ask these guys, and I even asked, Brandon, Paul, let's play devil's advocate here.
Carl, we party
Has
like
Kamala
rock
Harris
stars
done
here.
anything you've asked her to do? She is the border czar. Has your border czar done anything you've asked her to do? And the answer is no. They send letters, they make phone calls, they are begging the American president and vice president for leadership, and their own border czar ignores them. That is a scandal. That is a disgrace. And to every American watching this, it will stop, but only if you elect Donald J. Trump president in just a few months. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here.
Hey, that was on a loop too. No, we party all night long here, Carl. You can't hang with us big girls, can you? Okay. Let me see what I want to talk about now since I'm here. Right, Nicole, we party like rock stars, don't we, baby? Carrie Lake has done a great speech. I got hers too. We'll listen to it too. But there was something on the deep state I wanted to play. Where's it at? Right here. I don't know if this is because I'm very interested in the deep state. I don't know a lot about it, but I want to know more. So we're going to watch this one. Here.
Welcome back to the True Geordie YouTube channel, and if you haven't already, you've got to subscribe because this thing just keeps getting crazier and crazier. I thought Game of Thrones was a trolling. This is insane. But we're going to start with the head of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheetle, who, if the official story is to be believed, was outsmarted by a 20-year-old loser who not long since left high school. Yeah, with all of the money and all of the soldiers and everything else at her disposal, she allowed this guy to take a shot, multiple shots, at Donald Trump. And now she's been hauled in front of Congress, and a committee have absolutely grilled her. And I can't lie, it's pretty fucking amazing.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources.
What did you just say?
How can she say that they were sufficient? He got shot. If they were sufficient, then that wouldn't happen.
Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
And it doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely
Hey,
unacceptable. You've
Summer.
lost the
How you
trust of the
doing,
American
love?
He nailed that. And by the way, a lot of people are lining up to nail her as well. This is a gangbang up in here.
Does the secret?
I just want to pause it there a second because Summer come in. I've been lurking in Savage's lives lately, and she's a hoot, ain't she? I love her because I seen you as a mod over there, Summer. I want to chat in there, but Savage knows I used to mod for old fucking Cher, and I don't want to get attacked. You know what I mean? But Savage cracks me the fuck up.
Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio
You are
communications.
too, Truly.
recorded.
She's
Does
great,
the Secret
ain't she?
Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio communications from that day.
It just so happens that on that one day, we forgot to hit the record button. What am I like, eh? Now, the problem with what she's saying here is if we had those recordings, and she is telling the truth, we would be able to listen to them and realize that it's just incompetence and bad management. But the fact that they would usually be recorded and just so happen to have not been recorded on the day Donald Trump got shot adds more weight to the idea that this is a conspiracy.
We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9
I'll
days
chat
and you have
next
not
time,
visited the site.
Summer.
Shooter has
You gotta
visited
have
the
my
site
back
2 more times
now.
than you have. And he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building.
He's just fucking annihilated us straight up, man. The fact that he said the shooter has been to the site 2 more times than you have and he used the drone, it just shows like she's just winging it.
Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812. You can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112.
Oh, he has done her big time, son. Douche! Right out the pot, my guy. Oh, the fact that you used the slope roof as an excuse as to why they didn't go there when you put your actual snipers on steeper slope roofs. You fucking bullshitter.
You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof.
Oh no, he didn't just say that. Wheelchair accessible. You're telling us that the Secret Service aren't fit enough, it's too dangerous to get on that level of slope roof, and he's out here saying that a wheelchair can get up here. Shut the fuck up, woman.
All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure.
I play shooting games online all the time, and like the slope roof is the one you always go for because it enables you to kind of hide underneath the slope a little bit, but to perch your gun right on the slope and boom. Even computer game guys like myself know that. This woman is literally decades in the service, apparently.
I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a slope roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me.
Fucking hell. It's criminally incompetent or it's a total conspiracy. It comes back to that. And by the way, that dude who just put it on her was fucking great.
Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not
I
going to
agree,
provide a
Carl.
name.
Why not? You're here to answer our questions.
Forum. I'm not going to provide names of.
You stated in your testimony, you said,
All right,
I
y'all
am
back
here
me
today
up
to
in
answer your
Savages because
questions.
I want to chat, but I'm afraid she'll
That is
yell at
correct.
me because of
Answer
Cher.
the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheadle.
I will do the best to provide you accurate information based on the facts that I have at this time.
Is that doing your best, is it? Not answering the fucking question.
We'd like a copy of the advance report.
I
Have you
love
brought it
this
here with you
guy.
today?
we will comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheadle? Because you should have
I'm
brought it
iffy
today.
on Marjorie.
I am certain
I'm
that our
iffy
personnel
on
are
her.
working on obtaining all of that document.
Obtaining, meaning rewriting it so that it makes us not look as bad, you fucking fraud.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event.
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
She's had how long to get this shit together? You're telling us you don't have the information. You're the fucking boss. Everything is at your fingertips. She deliberately did this as a way of avoiding answering questions.
Do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
It's amazing that we look at these people like ahead of the Secret Service. If anyone ever told me that, I'd be mind blown. Like, wow, you must be not only a super genius, but very dedicated, very smart, and very good at covering everything. This woman oversaw the assassination attempt of Donald Trump and doesn't have specifics on a timeline. Days after it took place, didn't remember to bring the timeline. Fucking hell. I never thought it'd be this bad. Like, this is where you're like, conspiracy, this like, fuck me.
That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. People see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were.
I love the one that
What do you
cussed.
consider to be a threat?
Let him get fucking 8 shots off before that, didn't you?
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheadle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheadle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
Because she's just blatantly lying, she's really making herself look so untrustworthy. Like, do you know if she'd come, hands up, and went, you know what, I'm really disappointed in myself. I am so sorry, and begged for forgiveness and said, you know, I'm not up to this job. I've clearly made a huge mistake. I think the world would have taken yeah, we would have still been frustrated at her, but you could at least respect the honesty. But to have the bald-faced cheek.
Yes, Summer, the one that cussed. I love her. Oh, it's Nancy. I like her.
Can we think that this woman might not have been involved in some sort of conspiracy? She seems guilty as fuck. The least she could do is tell the whole world what we already know and stop insulting our intelligence and hold our hands up and say, I fucked up and I'm not good enough.
People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No,
Carl, I
you
love
knew that
Alex
everyone knew.
Jones, but
The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a
Right,
stand-down order, Ms.
Snacks.
Cheadle? Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Wow.
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen?
That is what we are investigating to determine.
She won't even give over the name of the person in charge. Was anyone in charge?
Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests.
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Mr. Guglielmi, your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
Answer the fucking question. How many times, man?
How many times did you tell him no, and what'd you tell him no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms.
Why not? Fuck me.
I love him,
How
Carl.
many times did you turn him down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are
You
times.
didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat.
I really am beginning to hate this person. The way she just slithers away from questions like a fucking little snake on her belly. Come on, man. Show some backbone. Hold your fucking hands up, you absolute failure. Can we just sort of wrap our heads around this one thing right now, right? Is like, when you make mistakes in a workplace, I understand sometimes people, if they didn't do a little cleanup job here and there or whatever, little job, it's not a big deal. You can lie about it, right? When someone almost dies being the president, and actually innocent people did die that day, you think you take it very fucking seriously and you'd be very concerned as to the fact that that happened and go, bloody hell, I need to really hold my hands up and go, this is what happened. I'm so sorry. And her level of empathy for what her ignorance, incompetence, and potentially even worse than that has put people through. I'm stunned because I used to work in a really dangerous job. And if I had not checked the piece of equipment and it had led to the death of another person, I mean, bloody hell, not only would I be in tears and upset and very regretful that that mistake had led to that, but fucking hell, you'd hold your hands up, wouldn't you? This woman is stone-faced killer. This body language, this attitude is making me believe more and more that she is corrupt. She's shown she's corrupt. She's avoiding the truth. In her position, that is corruption already. How corrupt is it? We don't even know. Fucking snake.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that
your job is to know. That's what you're put there for. Head of the Secret Service and using, I don't have that information right now, constantly.
Why was President Trump allowed on stage 10 minutes after the Secret Service spotted a suspicious individual? That seems to me to be the worst thing of all. All the breakdown and all this communication, all the BS you've been feeding.
Where's that guy from? I like his accent.
That seems to be the question.
So as I've stated before, there are a number of events where suspicious people may be identified. That doesn't necessarily.
Ma'am, I submit to you, you got a guy who's going to be the next president of the United States. He's on stage. I've been to these events. We've all been to these events. A car backfires and there's a 15-minute dadgum wait. That's not acceptable. Did the Secret Service tell President Trump they'd spotted a suspicious individual before he was shot?
I am unclear as to what the communication was with the former president.
Okay.
I don't know. Imagine going in there and actually sitting there and feeding that shit to these people. God knows what it must have been like before she walked in that door. You know, when you go to the bathroom and you've got a bit of a daunting task ahead of you and you just have that look in the mirror of like, here we go. She must have been sitting there washing her hands and looking in the mirror and going, fucking hell, I don't know shit. That's my story. I ain't got a clue. My days.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
I like her.
Yes.
That's the one I like.
Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes or no?
I have always been.
Yes or no? You didn't want to answer the question.
We had to force you to come. Is that transparency, bitch? Honestly, I'm fucking losing. This is doing my head in this like.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I love
Would you
this
say
lady.
leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman,
By the way, she's a
I
bad
love
motherfucker,
her.
this girl. I really enjoy her attitude.
you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or
I
no?
will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're
Oh.
just being completely
I love her so much.
I love her. God almighty. She's great.
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Mr. Come on.
We have to maintain decorum.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to say a naughty word while this woman is denying any knowledge of anything that took place that day where people died. But, oh, she said shit. Come on, man. Time to grow the fuck up.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation.
Once they're not busy, we'll get onto it. But for now, let's just carry on as normal. That's not a problem.
Did you review the security plan for this event?
I personally do not review security plans for events.
Carl, it's them
that take place
Southern
across the
chicks.
country.
You think you would have probably given it a once-over, though, after the president, I don't know, nearly got shot and killed? Maybe it might have been worth a look.
We have a number of events that
Who's
take
the top
place.
level official who reviews the security plans?
There's a number of people that review security plans. as
Who's
they
ultimately
unfold.
responsible for signing off on a security plan?
It's a conjunction of personnel. There are people on the ground. There are supervisors on the detail. There are people at headquarters.
Yeah, we'll just all sort of muck in and everyone just does their bit. What the fuck are we doing here? This ain't running a fucking, supermarket shop floor, motherfucker. This is a fucking president safety we're talking about.
Isn't there an individual who signs off on the plan?
Much like how we design our security plans. They're multi-layered. There are multiple layers.
So there's
of
no
people.
accountability.
It's very multi-layered. The more messy it is and the more layers you have to get through, the harder it is to finger point and say this person is responsible and therefore to blame. And it's deliberately set up that way every fucking time in government.
Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
They have shared with me the.
Did they share with you how many shell casing were on the roof?
Yes.
Okay, how many were there?
I would refer to the FBI for
how many were there
and their information that they need to share in their investigation.
So they've shared the information with you.
You should have
You
had
just
this
don't want to share the
information.
information with us, correct?
We have concurrent investigations that are going on.
So they have shared this information with you. You know the answer to the question. You just refuse to answer the question from the member of Congress who has subpoenaed you to be here. Is there a different answer to that question?
I was always willing to come here and testify before this oversight hearing.
Beautiful. Then let's do that. Let's for once have your actions match your words. So you've been in communication with the FBI. You know the answers and you refuse to tell us the answers. So I will ask you again. You know how many shell casings were on that roof. What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent.
What is the answer to that question?
Yes.
I think it's pertinent to talk to you about the information that the Secret Service has and that the Secret Service knows related.
I'm
to the
asking
events
you
of
an
that
answer.
day.
Fucking hell, man.
If you're supposed to be in charge, if the buck stops with you,
Yeah.
what are you covering up? And what are you hiding, my friend?
I'm not covering anything.
Then why can't you answer a simple question?
I would leave it to the criminal investigation.
She's a fucking bullshitter. I speculated in previous episodes I'd done on this that this was a cover-up. I've never seen something more screaming, this is a cover-up, in my life than her answers. This is someone who is saying, I will let you go here and no further because the truth is actually so bad, I can't even speak it. And if things didn't stink enough in this investigation, we've actually got more news about the shooter, Crooks, and the fact that someone who visited his home and work through their phone records, we know they also visited a building nearby the FBI office in DC a year ago. And look, that could be innocent, but it doesn't look good, does it? When nobody trusts the FBI. And this is a screenshot of the location of the phone signals, I guess. Now let's talk about Joe Biden, who within 7 days of Donald Trump being shot, mysteriously declared himself unfit for re-election. Funny that, isn't it? It's weird how Donald Trump gets shot, survives it, and all of a sudden everything just changes very, very quickly in the White House. Look, I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Nothing to say here. Move along. Bearing in mind, he resigned via a tweet, which for a man who served in office for as long as he had, you'd have thought you'd have been on camera. You'd have thought you'd have been, saying, look, this is why, and explaining to the American people who donated to his campaign, who voted for him, all of the trust that they put into him. And yet a tweet was enough, was it? It's staggering. It's more weird, shady shit that we're just going through right now that people are acting like it's normal. It's not normal. And by the way, on that tweet, it was a digital signature and no official letterhead of the White House. So again, it didn't look official in any way, shape or form. And apparently his staff at the White House had no idea this was coming, completely blindsided, and they literally found out off of Twitter. Again, perfectly normal, I'm sure. So that's no address to the nation, no pre-recorded message, no press release, nothing. For a president decided not to run for re-election. First time it's happened in God knows how many decades. Just a tweet. And I've always thought that the presidents, while they are frontmen and while they may have some power behind the scenes, I always believe that a lot of the power is behind the camera, the people we don't see. And if anything has made me believe this even more, it's what we're saying with Joe Biden right now. You think you're voting for the guy on stage, there's a lot more going on behind it. And then within 24 hours of him endorsing Kamala Harris and her getting this opportunity, apparently this whole time she's been fully believing that Joe Biden is running for president, and out of nowhere, he tells her, look, it's up to you now. And within 24 hours of being caught off guard, completely out the blue, she manages to raise $81 million. Now, does that sound to you like she's just found out the
And the thing with that, Kamala, she supported that Joe Biden was in good mental health and all that, that he was good for the job and all this. Y'all get what I'm saying? I'm horrible with words, but yeah.
blue, does it? Or does it sound more like this was the plan all along? Fucking suspicious, that's for sure. And by the plan all along, I don't necessarily mean Joe Biden's plan all along. I think he probably thought, I'm going to run. But the forces behind him have decided against that. And he has been removed. Because he was probably just an ignorant little puppet in all of this. I mean, look at the state of him. If there's anyone who would be easy to manipulate, it's a bloke who mentally is basically regressing into... He's fucking Benjamin Button, man. He's practically a child at this point. And one thing that this tells me is Kamala Harris must have been in on it. She knew, and she is not to be trusted because, remember, the American people are supposed to have the right to vote for their nominee from the left or the right, and they have now been denied that because she has been hand-selected. Despite previously running for president, I don't think she got a single fucking vote the first time. Talk about democracy. Yeah, there's your democracy. Oh, Donald Trump's a threat to democracy. This motherfucker's running for office. She's never got a fucking vote yet. It's unbelievable, man. So I'm going to leave it there for the day. I really appreciate all of you lot supporting these videos. If you want to see more, hit the like button. It really does help. And look, I'm enjoying making them because this shit is more entertaining than any TV show you've ever seen in your life. I used to watch House of Cards and think, it's too far-fetched. Nah, that would never happen. Now, House of Cards seems so much tamer than reality. It is insane what we're watching. Do let me know what
I love this guy. Let's see here. What the hell is going on here? Hold on, there's something I want to. JLR. I know a lot of people don't like JLR, but I do. Did y'all see somewhere? I can't remember where I seen it, but Kamala was trying to fake a Southern accent and they called her out on it. Oh, JLR has a thing on Nancy Mace. That's funny. Let's see what he. I love hearing her. We'll listen to it one more time because I just love this lady.
Dr. Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter? Yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes or no?
I have always been.
Yes or no? You didn't want to answer the question. We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement
Welcome
to
back,
Punchbowl
Shan.
News, Politico's playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you
Carl.
sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection to ordered.
She was my favorite one.
Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or
I
no?
will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th? Yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest. Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Mr. Come on.
We have to
She's
maintain
fucking great.
decorum in this committee, no matter
Have
how
you provided
upset we
any and
get.
all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
that. Is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay. And you have said you don't know, you have no idea. The answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All
we
right.
need to determine.
How many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation.
Me too,
and we will
Shan.
make the
I love
changes
this lady.
What
necessary.
time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of Crooks and the shooting? How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that was South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy.
My man
Mace.
JLR.
She told Cheadle, "You're full of SHI." You know what I'm talking about. We don't like to use profanity on JLR Investigate. She is getting an absolute grilling by members of the House Oversight Committee, both Republicans and Democrats. Cheadle is not resigning at this time, but I think after this hearing, she's going to resign very, very soon.
I loved when we were watching this live and on the closed caption, it was calling her Cheeto. Here is JLR again, my man. Y'all leave him alone. I think it was an inside job too, Carl. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Okay, let's see here. This is about the drone seized from the shooter, alleged shooter.
JLR Investigates FBI Director Christopher Wray confirms the FBI seized a drone from Thomas Matthew Crooks. They found a drone in his vehicle after the shooting, and they also confirm, the FBI, that Crooks was flying a drone around 3:30 to 4 o'clock in the air around where the Trump rally was in Butler, Pennsylvania. Listen to this. This is shocking new information, folks. Listen to this.
Director, let me go back to where Mr. Bishop was. Tell me about the drone. You act like you wanted to fill us in on that. Fill us in.
So we have recovered a drone that the shooter appears to have used. It's being exploited and analyzed by the FBI lab. The drone was recovered in his vehicle. So at the time of the shooting, the drone was in his vehicle with the controller. In addition, our investigation has uncovered.
Do you know what time of day he flew it, and if he flew it on the day of the shot?
So in addition, it appears that around 3:50 p.m., 4 o'clock in that window on the day of the shooting, that the shooter was flying the drone around the area.
2 hours.
About 11 minutes. I want to be clear, but when I say the area, not over the stage and that part of the area itself. I would say about 200 yards, give or take, away from that. We think, but we do not know. So again, this is one of these things that's qualified because of our ongoing review, that he was live streaming, viewing the footage from that. Again, about 11 minutes. And around the 3:50, 4 o'clock p.m. range.
2 hours before he's flying a drone in the vicinity of the
about 200 yards away. Yes.
Okay, that's important information. What about the bombs that we've heard about in the shooter's car?
So again, the FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices. There were we've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle and 1 back in his residence.
Are these what you would call, your experts would call, sophisticated operations, or this? I don't know. That's what I've been told by people who have some understanding of this area.
Yeah, I think it's we've seen more sophisticated and less. I would say these are relatively, again, keyword relatively crude devices themselves, but they did have the ability to be detonated remotely. And so to that point, in addition to the 2 devices that we recovered out of his vehicle, there were receivers for those 2 explosive devices with the devices. And then on the shooter himself, when he was killed by law enforcement, he had a transmitter with him. Now, I do want to add one important point here, is at the moment, it looks to us, again, ongoing review, and I can't say that too many times, At a moment, it looks like because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous.
And I'm sure we're going to get into all these subjects a little bit later as well. Tell us what you can about the encrypted platforms we've heard about.
So one of the things that we're drilling into hard with the shooter in an effort to try to learn more about his state of mind, his motive, his ideology, his context, everything else, is to look at all of his devices, any social media accounts he had, et cetera. And one of the things we've learned in finally getting into his phone, which was also a significant technical challenge from an encryption perspective. But in addition, once we got on the phone, it turned out he was using some encrypted messaging application.
And again, the same question relative to the bombs: was this pretty sophisticated, or is this is the kind of the norm you see with folks like similar situation?
On this subject, I would say this has unfortunately now become very commonplace, and it's a real challenge for not just the FBI but state and local law enforcement orders.
Tell me exactly the scope of does the scope of your investigation include what I call that critical 5 minutes from when the 6:09, when this is based, I think, on the information you've given to Congress, 6:09 when the shooter's identified on the roof, and 6:14 when President Trump is ultimately escorted off, and all that happens, the shots that take place in between there. Do you have access to the communications that were going on at the time in that critical 5 minutes?
So our investigation, when you say scope, our investigation includes that time frame, although focused again on the shooter himself. And now, as part of that,
he's obviously involved in that time frame.
Correct. And as part of that, as part of our focus, our investigation of the shooter and the attack, of course, we are interviewing law enforcement from the scene because those are some of the most significant witnesses, and we're obviously getting access to their materials and that kind of thing. And the Secret Service is fully cooperative.
You have access to the communications that exist there.
That exact question, I don't, as I sit here at the moment, I don't know the exact answer to that question, but I know the Secret Service has been cooperative with.
Snacks, do you want me to take it back to see if he said that? Because I can't say for sure, love. Or keep playing. I don't know, Carl. It's just how JLR is. I love him. He's really changed over the years since I've known him. Okay.
The Congress would like access to those communications as well. I mean, not just that 5 minutes, although I think that's the critical time frame. There's lots of communications we'd love to have access as well. I see my time is up, and they have called votes on the floor. I think there are about 6 minutes left in votes, so committee will stand in recess until.
Interesting, folks. And I do want to say that he had explosives, but according to the FBI director, it seems that Jim Jordan actually respects the FBI director there. He didn't seem like he grilled him like he was doing the Cheadle the day before. But he didn't have the capability of detonating those explosives. Again, folks, the witnesses are kind of saying they've seen him around there about 3:30 flying a drone. FBI director says about 3:50 to 4 p.m. is when the drone was up in the air. And then he was using that footage to look at it. But the drone was inside the vehicle when the shooting occurred. Wild stuff, but it's good to get some more insight and information about this guy. Do you believe Ray? I think I believe Ray because Jordan, if
right,
Jordan didn't
Nicole.
believe Ray, Jordan would have called him out like he was calling out Cheadle. Like they were going all hard on Cheadle. But Ray seemed like he wasn't getting a lot of heat on him like Cheadle was. So I think the Congress kind of believes their assessment, and the FBI is definitely on this case. Some people think the FBI is involved, by the way. What's your thoughts? JLR Investigates. Subscribe to the channel.
Have you all seen where there was Crooks's car, this guy right here, but there was also a white van that had explosives in it that they found? Did y'all see that? We're going to listen to some Tucker Carlson. I love me some Tucker Carlson. He says, I know who tried to kill Trump. Give it a thumbs up there. You didn't see that? Yes, Carl. Yes. They waited till dark. Yes. The van was abandoned in front of someone's house, actually. I'll try and find that. Yeah, truly, yeah. And it was registered to a totally different person. I'm going to try to find that.
It's not crazy to think that there was something there. It was an effort to kill Trump. It wasn't just a lone gunman.
Tucker Carlson has just dropped a bombshell, revealing shocking details about who tried to kill Donald Trump, and it's got everyone talking. Since the shooting at Trump's rally, there have been many mysteries surrounding what happened that day. Now, Tucker Carlson is opening up, providing new insights and stirring up intense debate. In this video, we'll uncover Tucker Carlson's explosive claims, explore the chilling details of Trump's narrow escape, and revisit the conspiracy theories that continue to haunt American history. Stay tuned as we unravel the mysteries behind these dramatic events and examine whether there could be a deeper, more sinister plot at play. Tucker Carlson, shocking revelations. Ever since the assassination attempt on Donald Trump at his rally on July 14th, there has been a whirlwind of conspiracy theories and speculations.
Yes,
about
Shan,
what truly
exactly.
happened.
That's
Amidst
what
this
I'm talking
chaos,
about.
one voice has stood out with a bold and provocative claim.
You know, at some point we may find out what happened on Saturday. A guy with a rifle wound up on a building, you know, that close with a ladder, and all these people saw it, and the Secret Service are like, what is that? You know, it's not crazy to think that there was something there. It was an effort to kill Trump. It wasn't just a lone gunman.
In a recent and jaw-dropping interview, Tucker Carlson made a bold statement that has left everyone talking. The conservative political media outlet, The Daily Signal, recently caught up with Carlson to discuss the assassination attempt's implications for the upcoming election. During the interview, Carlson made a startling claim. The media has been quick to label the shooter as a lone gunman, but Carlson's claims suggest a deeper, more sinister plot. He points to the recklessness and dishonesty in the American news media as contributing factors to the assassination attempt. Carlson's statements are incredibly bold, challenging the mainstream narrative and pointing fingers at prominent figures in the media. One such figure is Joe Scarborough, a well-known television host and political commentator. Scarborough, a former congressman, is now the co-host of MSNBC's Morning Joe. Carlson has singled him out, accusing him and others like him of creating an environment that makes such assassination attempts possible. Carlson's statement has ignited widespread speculation and debate because of how much his words hold weight in the conservative media landscape. Tucker Carlson is a well-known conservative political commentator and television host. He has had a significant impact on American media, particularly through his tenure at Fox News, where he hosted the widely watched and often controversial show Tucker Carlson Tonight from 2016 to 2023. Carlson's career in journalism began after his application to join the Central Intelligence Agency was rejected, prompting him to pursue journalism with the encouragement of his father, a former media executive and journalist. Carlson's early career saw him working for several prominent conservative publications, including Policy Review and The Weekly Standard. He gained widespread recognition as a television personality with roles on CNN's Crossfire, PBS's Tucker Carlson Unfiltered, and MSNBC's Tucker, before joining Fox News in 2009. His show on Fox News became the most watched cable news program, averaging nearly 3.5 million viewers a night in 2022. However, Carlson's career has been marked by numerous controversies. He has been criticized for his inflammatory rhetoric and for promoting conspiracy theories and far-right viewpoints. Some of the most contentious moments include his comments on immigration, where he described immigrants as making the US poorer, dirtier, and more divided. His remarks on white supremacy, which he labeled a hoax, further fueled the backlash. These statements led to widespread condemnation and resulted in many advertisers boycotting his show. Carlson has also been known for his strong opinions on various social and political issues. He has openly criticized figures across the political spectrum, including his controversial remarks about women and feminism, which have drawn widespread condemnation. Outside of television, Carlson co-founded the conservative news website The Daily Caller in 2010, which became known for its sensationalist and often extreme content. He sold his stake in the site in 2020. Carlson's influence extends beyond his television and writing career. He has been a prominent voice in shaping conservative discourse in the US, often courting controversy and stirring public debate with his provocative statements and viewpoints, such as the one he made about Donald Trump's assassination attempt. Carlson's relationship with former President Donald Trump is complex and layered. Publicly, Carlson has been an avid supporter of Trump, frequently defending his policies and actions on his show. This support was evident throughout Trump's presidency, as Carlson's show became a platform for promoting Trump's agenda and critiquing his opponents. However, leaked communications revealed a more complicated private stance. In a series of leaked emails and text messages, Carlson privately expressed disdain for Trump, describing him as a demonic force and saying he passionately hated him. These revelations came to light during the Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit against Fox News, highlighting the duality in Carlson's public support and private skepticism of Trump. Despite these private feelings, Carlson's public persona remained supportive of Trump. This support was evident during his interview with the Daily Signal, where Carlson suggested that the recent assassination attempt might have actually increased Trump's chances of winning the election due to his displayed courage during the event. Tucker Carlson also publicly showcased his support for Donald Trump during the 2024 Republican National Convention, where he delivered a speech that highlighted Trump's resilience and leadership qualities. In his speech, Carlson lauded Trump's bravery and transformation, particularly focusing on how Trump handled the near fatal incident, he emphasized that this event marked a turning point for Trump.
The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation.
Carlson argued that this moment solidified Trump not just as a political leader, but as the true leader of the nation. Carlson's endorsement at the convention was particularly significant, given his complex history with Trump. However, his continued speculations about the attempted assassination on Trump have perpetuated the debate surrounding the mysterious shooting at Trump's rally. Who tried to kill Trump? On July 13, 2024, the political world was shaken to its core. Former President Donald Trump, the Republican Party's presumptive nominee for the 2024 presidential election, narrowly escaped an assassination attempt during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The timeline of events leading up to the assassination attempt on Donald Trump on July 13, 2024, is a chilling sequence that underscores the fragility of political security in the modern era. The rally, held near Butler, Pennsylvania, was a crucial part of Trump's campaign strategy to secure votes in the pivotal swing state. Leading up to the rally, the Secret Service had identified the venue as potentially vulnerable. Despite recognizing the risks, the agency reportedly had limited resources available due to the simultaneous NATO summit in Washington, D.C. This strained their capacity to provide optimal security for Trump's rally. Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Tim Burke had briefed law enforcement personnel that their resources were stretched thin because of the summit, which required significant attention and manpower. On the day of the rally, the atmosphere was electric. The venue was packed to the brim. Supporters filled every available space, from the front of the stage to the bleachers on the sides. Trump's support staff and security were on high alert. Secret Service agents were strategically positioned around the stage, their eyes constantly scanning the crowd for any signs of trouble. Behind the stage, 3 large buildings loomed. On the roofs of the buildings on the far left and far right, Secret Service snipers were stationed, their rifles trained on the surroundings. They were the unseen guardians, ready to act at a moment's notice. As the clock ticked closer to the start of the rally, the excitement in the crowd reached a fever pitch. Finally, the moment arrived. The crowd erupted into cheers as Donald Trump walked onto the stage. Trump launched into his speech, touching on familiar themes of border security, economic growth, and American pride. But as Trump spoke, something sinister was unfolding. Several people in the crowd noticed a man on the roof of a building close by. He was holding a gun. The man, later identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, was armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. The gun had been legally purchased by his father. As Trump began his speech, Crooks lay in wait, his finger on the trigger. The initial moments of the attack were a blur of chaos and confusion. At precisely the moment when Trump turned his head towards a large chart displaying immigration statistics, Crooks opened fire. The first shot grazed Trump's upper right ear, causing him to instinctively duck and shield himself. As the shots echoed through the rally, the Secret Service snipers on the rooftops sprang into action, their eyes locking onto the source of the gunfire. They quickly neutralized Crooks, but not before he managed to fire 5 more shots. These bullets flew wildly through the air. One man in the bleachers, 50-year-old Corey Comprador, was hit and killed instantly. 2 others were critically injured, falling to the ground amidst the chaos. The scene quickly shifted from jubilation to sheer horror as panic spread through the crowd. In the midst of the chaos, Trump, still crouched behind the podium, raised his fist. He mouthed the words, "Fight, fight, fight," a defiant gesture that became an iconic image. Trump was immediately whisked away by Secret Service agents and transported to a nearby hospital. Despite the severity of the situation, he was treated and released in stable condition. Just hours after the incident, Trump issued a statement from the hospital. With a bandage covering his ear, he addressed the nation, expressing gratitude for the swift actions of the Secret Service and the medical team. He reassured his supporters that he was in good health and vowed to continue his campaign undeterred. His defiant tone and determination to press on resonated deeply with his base, further solidifying his image as a fighter. The Secret Service, meanwhile, faced intense scrutiny. The breach in security that allowed Thomas Matthew Crooks to position himself on a rooftop with a high-powered rifle was a glaring failure. Republican lawmakers were quick to blame the Biden administration for creating an atmosphere of hostility. They pointed to previous statements made by Biden, suggesting that his rhetoric had incited violence. Democrats, on the other hand, called for stricter gun control measures and urged for a more responsible political discourse. Investigations conducted immediately after the incident began to reveal more information about the shooter. Thomas Matthew Crooks was born and raised in the small Pittsburgh suburb of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Crooks graduated from Bethel Park High School in 2022, earning a $500 prize for his excellence in math and science. Despite his academic achievements, Crooks was often described by his peers as a loner. Some classmates recalled him being frequently bullied and sometimes wearing hunting outfits to school, which made him stand out. After high school, attended the Community College of Allegheny, CCAC, from 2021 to 2024, where he graduated with an associate degree in engineering science, achieving high honors. The college confirmed that a review of his records showed no disciplinary issues, painting a picture of a diligent and academically inclined young man. In terms of employment, Crooks worked in the kitchen of a local nursing home. His colleagues and supervisors noted that he passed a background check and never raised any concerns during his tenure. This job, while seemingly mundane, was a part of his daily routine and contributed to the image of an ordinary young man leading an unremarkable life. However, there were aspects of Crooks's life that hinted at a more complex individual. He was a registered Republican, yet he also donated $15 to the liberal campaign group Act Blue in 2021. This duality in his political affiliations adds a layer of mystery to his motivations and state of mind. Crooks was also a member of the Clairton Sportsman's Club, a local shooting club, for at least a year. The club, which boasts multiple gun ranges including a high-power rifle facility, confirmed his membership and expressed their condemnation of his violent actions. The weapon used in the shooting, an AR-style rifle, was believed to have been purchased by Crooks' father, while Crooks himself bought a box of 50 rounds of ammunition on the day of the rally. Further investigation revealed that the Secret Service had noticed Crooks and marked him as a person of interest over an hour before the shooting. Investigations revealed that the Secret Service had identified Thomas Matthew Crooks as a person of interest over an hour before the shooting. At 5:30 p.m. ET, he was spotted with a rangefinder camera, which raised suspicions. Despite this, Crooks managed to position himself on a rooftop, where he was seen again at 5:52 p.m. ET, 20 minutes before he fired the first shot. The delay in action has led to intense scrutiny and criticism of the Secret Service's response and security measures. Despite intense investigations into Thomas Matthew Crooks, no real motive has been found. This lack of clarity has led to various conspiracy theories and speculations, further complicating the narrative surrounding the tragic event. One major conspiracy theory that emerged in the wake of the assassination attempt on Donald Trump centers around the actions of the Secret Service. This theory suggests that the Secret Service was either intentionally negligent or complicit in the shooting, allowing the attacker to get close enough to fire at the former president. The theory gained traction almost immediately after the shooting, with an anonymous user on the forum 4chan claiming to be a Secret Service counter-sniper. The anonymous user, who claimed to go by the name Jonathan Willis, wrote that he was given orders by the head of the Secret Service not to shoot at the would-be assassin. The post read, "My name is Jonathan Willis. I'm the officer in the famous photo of the two snipers on the roof at Trump's rally. I came here to inform the public that I had the assassin in my sights for at least 3 minutes, but the head of the Secret Service refused to give
Makes
the
you
order to
wonder,
take out
don't
the
it?
perp. 100% the top brass prevented me from killing the assassin before he took the shots at President Trump." Although there was no evidence to support the claim, it quickly spread to mainstream forums and social media platforms, intensifying speculation about the Secret Service's involvement in the incident. The Secret Service swiftly responded to the theory.
Okay, I found the video of the white van. Do y'all want to watch that real quick? Yeah, because it's kind of like, do they really exist? Squirrels on fire, you know what I mean? It's like, Let's watch this one. We'll come back to this if y'all want to. I just wanted to hear Tucker Carlson. I went through this was actually on my friend Minutes of Horrors channel. Is Allie in here? We love Minutes of Horror. He's a great guy. We found him during the those people flipping out on the airplanes, which I think there was something to that. Okay, so this is Minutes of Horror. Good dude. Let's see here.
That took place at Trump's rally on July 13th continues to get crazier and crazier and crazier. With every new bit of information that is released, it continues to conflict with previous information that we were given. When this incident first occurred, news and media were dropping multiple names. First, they said it was a name of Mark Violets. Then they said it was Maxwell Yerrick. Then news and media said no, it was Thomas Matthew Crooks. Then they went back once again and said it was Maxwell Yerrick. Then they made the final decision by saying it was definitely Thomas Matthew Crooks. From the very start, there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of flip-flopping. News and media started to wipe articles where they said it was Maxwell Yerrick, but some articles had still survived. They are going with the fact that it was Thomas Matthew Crooks because investigators went on the roof where the suspect was firing from. They collected DNA that same day, and that same day, almost a couple hours later, they got a hit back. They got a name back. That name being Thomas Matthew Crooks. Even though Thomas Matthew Crooks has no history, he has no
I agree,
record,
Shan.
they would instantly get a match on the DNA. But the one thing everybody needs to be talking about is the white van. This white van seen parked in front of somebody's home on the day that this incident occurred. Fox News would interview the homeowner where this white van was parked. He said police came out, they investigated the van, they jumped back. There was explosives in the van, and they towed the van away.
Street, so then you knew this
Thanks,
guy's
Nick.
car wasn't supposed to be there. Walk me through what you saw.
So I came home a little bit before 5, saw it parked there. Didn't really think too much of it. It was the only spot in the whole yard or the whole road that wasn't blocked off. So later on in the night, everything happened, and we got home, and we were sitting there and saw cops all lined on the street. So whenever we looked out, we walked outside, and saw them opening up his vehicle and everything. When the cop opened it, everybody else jumped back and was trying to stay out of the way. Here I am worried about it blowing up or whatever's going on.
This white van they say belongs to the suspect, Thomas Matthew Crooks, has Arizona license plates. The only problem is Thomas Matthew Crooks, he lives in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania with his parents. He does not live in Arizona. So some people have pointed out that when you rent a vehicle, they can have the license plates of other states, such as Arizona. The only problem happens to be investigators jumped the gun once again and said Thomas Matthew Crooks drives a Hyundai Sonata. This Hyundai Sonata, this car, was found at the rally, and this car had explosives inside. So then what happened to the white van with Arizona license plates, which also had explosives inside? We don't know. News and media instantly swept that under the rug. You will not find another article that contains any information about the white van. What is Thomas Matthew Crooks' connection to Arizona? We don't know. Did he rent this white van? We don't know. But there is an individual who was name dropped in this incident that does have a connection to Arizona. That person being Maxwell Yurick. Someone else on Twitter found the whole Maxwell Yurick connection to be kind of strange as well. Something was not adding up. So they did a little digging on Maxwell Yurick's history, and they found the name of his father being Roger Allen Yurick. Come to find out, Roger Allen Yurick lived in Arizona. That is correct. This person found the Arizona connection. Maxwell Yurick's father has a previous address residing in Arizona. Not only that, this is where things get crazier. This person on Twitter did some more digging and found that Roger A. Yurick owned a 1999 GMC Safari, which is a van. This is absolutely mind-blowing information. Even if Thomas Matthew Crooks rented the white van, why did news and media omit this? Why did they sweep the white van under the rug? They said everything that Thomas Matthew Crooks did that day prior to him going to the rally. They said he went to a shooting range. They said he went to Walmart. They said that he went to Home Depot. So where is the information of him renting this van if this van is a rental? There is only one news article about this white van. You will not find any more information about this van. This story has been swept under the rug, but this van is the most vital clue that Thomas Matthew Crooks is either one, he was involved, but he was a patsy, he was a lookout, he was the person to distract everybody, or once again, which I believe, they got the agendas crossed. They were always building up the agenda to involve Maxwell Yurick. They were building up the narrative to involve Maxwell Yurick. Here is Maxwell Yurick on the news being arrested after assaulting police at Trump's rally while he was protesting Trump.
This is what they do to patriots. This video shows Maxwell Yurick being taken to jail. Investigators say he tried to fight an officer who had just been pepper sprayed. This is what they do to patriots. This video.
Where was Maxwell Yurick arrested? What rally? The Butler, Pennsylvania rally back in 2016, where Trump was giving his speech when he was running for president. The same exact rally where he was shot in 2024. You can't make this stuff up. They are too deep into going back and name dropping Maxwell Yurick now, because they said they collected Thomas Matthew Crooks' DNA at the scene. So you cannot reverse course and say the suspect was Maxwell Yurick when you told everybody you collected Thomas Matthew Crooks' DNA. Thomas Matthew Crooks, I always believe, was going to be involved in another incident, in another agenda, in a school pow agenda. This is why everybody they interview who is connected to Thomas Matthew Crooks happens to be from his high school or happens to be from when he was in middle school. All the photos they are showing us of Thomas Matthew Crooks are not recent. They are showing us photos of him back when he was in school. Why are they not interviewing anybody from his place of work? Why are they not interviewing anybody from his job? Did he know anybody ever since he left high school? Everything has to do with school when it comes to Thomas Matthew Crooks. Nothing makes sense. My question happens to be, if Maxwell Yurick is not involved in this incident, and I'm not saying he is, I'm just raising some questions because news and media happen to name drop him. I am just raising some questions. All the photos that have come out, the suspect on the roof, the deceased photo, all look like Maxwell Yerrick. So I'm just raising some questions. If Maxwell Yerrick is not involved in this incident, why is Maxwell Yerrick not speaking out? His name is being floated around news and media. It is circulating around news and media. News and media are saying that it's misinformation to label Maxwell Yerrick as the person behind this incident at Trump's rally. So why isn't Maxwell Yerrick himself speaking out? Where is Maxwell Yerrick's social media? It seems like all of Maxwell Yerrick's social media happened to be scrubbed. A person actually captured Maxwell Yerrick's Twitter being scrubbed in real time. Not only can we say, does he look like the person on the roof, but now we have the Arizona connection. Now we have the connection to the van, which news and media, oddly, are not talking about anymore. Now we have the fact that Maxwell Yerrick does not have social media. Well, they said the exact same thing with Thomas Matthew Crooks. He has little to no social media presence. Maybe one 20-year-old might not have social media, but two? What are the odds that two young men have no social media whatsoever? This is absolutely wild. They got two agendas across, or like everybody else is saying, there was two people involved in this incident, perhaps multiple people. We never know. Now, I do have another video coming out when it comes to this woman right here. Candace Owens did state that this woman is this woman here, but if you take a look at this woman here, her ears are completely different. Her nose is completely different. Are they trying to run a disinformation campaign? Is this another psyop? Who is this woman here? So I will be dropping another video perhaps later today, but this is just absolutely crazy when it comes to this white van, when it comes to Arizona, Maxwell, Thomas Matthew Crooks, and so forth. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again,
That's wild, ain't it? Yeah, I went back through my search history to find that because Carl, that's the channel I was telling you about. I watch Minutes of Horror. Let's see if he has anything else on here. Oh, he does have some stuff. Oh, he's got another one here.
so if you
This guy does his research. He's cool as shit. Sub up to him if you haven't.
have been subscribed to this channel ever since the incident at Trump's rally on July 13th, then you will know I have latched on to the theory that the person on the roof that snipers had taken out was not Thomas Matthew Crooks. That I am heavily invested in this whole Maxwell Yerrick rabbit hole, and that is only because news and media name dropped Maxwell Yerrick as the suspect before Thomas Matthew Crooks. It is also not just the fact that news and media had name dropped Maxwell Yerrick, but also any photos that has come out of the suspect, especially where he's lying prone on the roof and the supposed deceased photo, all look more like Maxwell Yerrick as opposed to Thomas Matthew
Nack said he was a patsy.
Now, even though that person on the roof looks like Maxwell Yerrick, I cannot prove that's Maxwell Yerrick on the roof. But he has the history. He has the MO. He has attended multiple Trump rallies in the past where he has become very hostile to the point that he was actually arrested during one rally back in 2016 in Pennsylvania. But it wasn't just Maxwell Yerrick who was arrested during Trump's 2016 Pittsburgh rally. Maxwell Yerrick had two other accomplices. Lisa Cooler and Keenan Hooper were also arrested during this 2016 Pittsburgh rally assault. We might also have video and photographic proof that Keenan Hooper also attended Trump's 2024 July 13th Pittsburgh rally as well.
Andy, this is not Dago. I promise you that. This guy is a lot smarter than Dago. I promise you that. It's not Dago.
As per the newly released body cam footage, officers stated in that body cam they detained multiple individuals they deemed suspicious.
And we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
People detained on this side. Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained. He's the owner of the bike. And I said, no, that's the owner of the bike. Yeah, basically, when I got
We've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
A person on Twitter attended Trump's rally. They captured video footage of this other person being arrested. They also took photographs of this person.
Don't make it worse. Come on, guys. Thank you.
This is big because this person inside this tent looks exactly like Keenan Hooper. If this is not Keenan Hooper, then we have another case of twins happening at this rally. This person named Lala on Twitter says, I was there. Within 5 to 10 minutes after the shots, cops had this guy in cuffs trying to quickly get him in a tent. People leaving thought he was the shooter, hurled water bottles at him, calling him a piece of you know what. No idea what he did or who he is. She clarifies why she took the photos because once again, people thought that this man they had in handcuffs was the shooter, so she took pictures of this individual. Now, apparently, I am not alone thinking that this is Keenan Hooper. As multiple people in this Twitter post point out, that's Hooper. That's Keenan Hooper. One person, a Randall Richards, says every feature matches, and it's true. Every feature matches of this person they are arresting inside this tent to Keenan Hooper. Another person says, anyone noticed that the agent walking him is the counter sniper that was in the fetal position on the roof while the shots rang out? Another person says, he looks like he could be the accomplice to the guy Roger J. Stone Jr. had pegged as the shooter.
Carl.
When they were arrested together previous, which that person was, of course, Maxwell Yerrick. Now, look, I cannot confirm or deny whether this man in this photograph is indeed Keenan Hooper. Everybody in the world supposedly has a twin, but Keenan Hooper does have previous history of assaults at Trump's rally. He has been arrested before in Pittsburgh in 2016 for assault at Trump's rally. So, like I said, I cannot confirm this is Keenan Hooper, and that is only because no official name has been given to this individual who had been detained at Trump's rally. I can say I am 98% sure or 99% sure this is Keenan Hooper. And the reason why I am 1% not sure is because, again, no name has been given. If this person does indeed turn out to be Keenan Hooper, then this gives a little bit more credence that that person on the roof was indeed Maxwell Yerrick. Yes, we cannot 100% say that that was Maxwell Yerrick on the roof. It does look exactly like him, but we can't say without a doubt that's Maxwell Yerrick. But now, if this does turn out to be Keenan Hooper, now we have Maxwell Yerrick's prior accomplice also attending and being arrested at the 2024 rally. We also have a photo of what looks like Maxwell Yerrick being detained or arrested at the rally as well. Is it possible this was the individual that officers originally saw? They may have arrested Maxwell Yerrick and they were told to stand down. They were told to let him go. There were news reports that did come out that an officer or officers encountered the suspect, then backed off. They backed away. This would also fall in line with theories that the counter sniper who was focusing on the suspect was told to back down. Everything points to Yerrick. Absolutely nothing points to Thomas Matthew Crooks. The MO, the narrative, the agenda, nothing points to Thomas Matthew Crooks. So we have to ask ourselves, if that was indeed Maxwell Yerrick on the roof, then who was Thomas Matthew Crooks? There are YouTube channels now releasing videos of Thomas Matthew Crooks' family. Yes, that video footage is out there, but they are saying we have to go after Thomas Matthew Crooks' family. We need answers from Thomas Matthew Crooks' family. Harass Thomas Matthew Crooks' family. This is the dangers of always following the mainstream narrative and not having an individual thought. Yes, not everything is a conspiracy theory, but not everything is always as you're told as well. Is it possible that Thomas Matthew Crooks was at the rally? Could he have been another accomplice of Maxwell Yerrick? Yes, that's always possible. But I have not seen any credible videos or photos that I can say also that is 100% without a doubt Thomas Matthew Crooks. There is one photo news and media seems to be floating around, and you have to ask yourselves, where did they get this photo from? And this person in this photo Looks like that person on Twitter named Jew Gazing, who originally said he was Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Trump, I hate Republicans, but you have the wrong guy. Now, again, I'm not saying Thomas Matthew Crooks is innocent. He may have been a easily manipulated patsy, and he was at the rally, but we should not be going after his family. If Thomas Matthew Crooks was not at the rally, then this kind of strengthens the theory that agendas were crossed. They built Thomas Matthew Crooks' background as someone being a person causing a school pow-pow event. He was bullied. He was a loner. He had little to no friends. He sat by himself during lunch. They picked on him because of his clothes. Thomas Matthew Crooks is a 20-year-old man who holds down a job, who went to college for 2 years. Yet,
he worked at a nursing home.
It comes directly from his school, his high school, his classmates.
He just puts videos out, Carl. He has several channels. I'll send them to you.
Why are news, media, and the powers that be focusing so hard on Thomas Matthew Crooks' high school years? Why are they not focusing on his college years? Can't they interview any of his college teachers or anybody that went to college with him? Can they not interview anybody from his place of work? No, everybody they've interviewed went to high school with Thomas Matthew Crooks, and they all follow that same narrative of a person who causes a school pow-pow event. This is much bigger than people are making this out to be. We may have, for the first time, them caught in a lie when it comes to making false flags, when it comes to them creating these false flag events. They slipped up. They said they have Thomas Matthew Crooks' DNA on the roof almost instantly getting a hit back, even though Thomas Matthew Crooks has no criminal history. He's not in the criminal system.
Yeah, that DNA.
Where they got the DNA from to match the DNA on the roof. We have seen the exact same thing play out in other true crime cases. Police investigators would collect suspicious DNA. That suspicious DNA would not match to anybody that has a criminal record. So it would take them quite a while to find their suspect. They would eventually find the suspect that matches the DNA, but it would take them quite a while because, again, they have no records in the criminal system. Thomas Matthew Crooks, who also has no criminal record, criminal history, they almost instantly got a hit back, and that hit being Thomas Matthew Crooks. And nobody.
Didn't they say the way they identified him was the serial number on the Pew Pew, the GUN, linked back to his dad? I thought that's how they said they identified him. Right, because he's never been in trouble. There'd be no fingerprints or nothing on file, ever. I thought they identified him through the Pew Pew, the serial number on the back to his dad. That's what I thought, Snacks. And Carl, he don't do lives. He just does videos. But he has several channels, and I'll send them to you. I'll link them. He's pretty cool. They've canceled him and everything because he does this stuff. He's really good at it.
Ask any questions. This is not the only time they had slipped up early. News and media had also slipped up. We also heard reports where Thomas Matthew Crooks' white van had explosives in it. You can see on video them towing the van away. Then we heard no more about this van. News and media now release articles saying Thomas Matthew Crooks' car, his Hyundai Sonata, had explosives in it at the scene, at the rally. The white van then was swept under the rug, and we heard no more about this white van until this new body cam footage came out, and you can hear police officers say that somebody is deceased or possibly deceased inside the van.
Any LE?
I will try to confirm.
In the van. Did he survive? Copy.
Could this person in the van actually be Maxwell Urick's third accomplice, the female accomplice that was seen and arrested at Trump's 2016 Pittsburgh rally? If Maxwell Urick has no involvement, where is Maxwell Urick? Why is he not speaking out? Why is he giving no statement whatsoever? He had a Facebook, and people had noticed that Facebook was scrubbed. Why is he not speaking out? There is a rumor that his family in Arizona has filed a missing persons report. I cannot confirm or deny that is true. I'm still looking into that. But it still begs the question, why is he not speaking out? In any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow.
He's got a few more things on here I didn't know he had. Yeah, I don't think he does live. No, he done one on the plane stuff. That's how me and Allie found him a year ago. Oh, he just done a new video. Let's see here. Where? Oh, he's still covering plane stuff. That's cool. Which one did we?
This is
I don't think we watched this one.
absolutely crazy. This is absolutely wild. Every time we get new pieces of information as to what took place on July 13th at Trump's rally, it continues to conflict with previous information. We have to get directly into this one because Thomas Matthew Crooks High School is coming out and saying everything you heard about Thomas Matthew Crooks happens to be completely false. Everything you heard from news, media, investigators, and all these different interviews does not line up what we know about Thomas Matthew Crooks. Is it possible that Bethel Park High School happens to be lying to us? It's always possible. I do not know Bethel Park High School, but I do know news, media, and the powers that be have lied to us many times in the past. When investigators were looking into Thomas Matthew Crooks' background, investigators found that there were no red flags. Everybody that spoke on Thomas Matthew Crooks' behalf said he was a nice guy. He was a loner. He stayed to himself, and he exhibited no red flags. It was hard to build an MO against Thomas Matthew Crooks. But as time progressed and things were looking more and more off about this whole situation, a story was being put together. People saw Thomas Matthew Crooks as a potential school pow-pow person. There was these weird scripted interviews coming out that put Thomas Matthew Crooks in a bad light. News and media were interviewing students from his high school, and they seemed to remember every little detail about Thomas Matthew Crooks. Now, all these red flags were coming out of nowhere. But what was most important was the fact that Thomas Matthew Crooks happened to be on the rifle team to make it seem like he had experience, knowledge on how to handle a rifle, that he was interested in guns. For instance, read this article right here. Thomas Crooks was real evil, but a good shot, according to shooting range classmate. Now that's going to be really important later on in the story. Well, Bethel Park High School came out and said, this is not the Thomas Crooks that we knew. News came out on July 20th, and I'm reading this article from Yahoo News. Trump shooter Crooks wasn't on rifle team or bullied, according to the school. Bethel Park High School officials have contradicted reports that Trump shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was bullied, threatening, and a member of the school's rifle team. So if we are going to take Bethel Park High School for face value, then as I had said in previous videos, someone is building a story against Thomas Matthew Crooks as they go along. This is a build-a-bear narrative. Now, I don't see why Bethel Park High School would lie unless they're trying to protect their school's image and their rifle team's image. They really do not have a reason to lie when it comes to this story. Has anybody pointed out the fact that Thomas Matthew Crooks happens to be 20 years old? He graduated high school about 2 or 3 years ago. Why are they not interviewing anybody from his place of work? He worked at a nursing home. I would think that would be more relevant information than where he went to high school. News, media, and investigators only interviewed his place of work one time. Come to find out, his employer stated that Thomas Matthew Crooks exhibited no red flags. He was a very good employee. So what Thomas Crooks' employer is stating kind of matches what Bethel Park High School is coming out and saying. Can we interview anybody that was not from Thomas Matthew Crooks High School or his middle school? Can we interview anyone that worked with Thomas Matthew Crooks? How does anybody look at this story and say everything we're being told from news and media looks fine? Anything outside the narrative is a crazy conspiracy theory. Now, getting back to this article, in updated statements posted Saturday, officials said they have no record of Crooks ever trying out or being dismissed from the rifle team due to character or performance concerns, as previously reported. The school says it's possible that Crooks informally attended a practice, such as sneaking in, took a shot, and never returned. The school said in its statement, however, the school added they do not have any record of that happening. There were also reports that Thomas Matthew Crooks made threats against Bethel Park High School, that he was a potential school pow-pow person, but a statement also dispelled reports that Crooks made threats of violence against the school, describing Crooks as a quiet, bright young man who generally got along with his teachers and his classmates. And according to the school, there was no indication in his grades or behavior that he was being bullied. News and media aside, Bethel Park School District updated this information on Thomas Matthew Crooks on their own website. They put this statement on their own website. The most recent updated statement was once again July 20th. Continuing to read from the statement, Bethel Park High School said, "We will work closely with law enforcement investigators and share information as appropriate regarding school district policies, the active investigation, and law enforcement protocols." The school district stated, "Otherwise, we would direct all media inquiries to those handling the investigation for more information." Then a couple days later, Bethel Park School District says, "Wait a minute, what news, media, and investigators are telling the public happens to be completely false, and we are going to correct the record." The school district's website says that Thomas Matthew Crooks had no involvement in the rifle team. There was no threats of violence coming from Thomas Crooks. That's a false claim. And that there is a painful misconception that Thomas Crooks was relentlessly bullied in school, which may have led to this incident involving Trump's rally. This is once again not coming from Yahoo News, not coming from any other news source, but directly from Bethel Park School District. They say at the end of this article, Mr. Crooks was known as a quiet, bright young man who generally got along with his teachers and classmates. Since graduating in 2022, Mr. Crooks earned an associate's degree in engineering science from the Community College of Allegheny County and worked as a dietary aide at Bethel Park Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. So wait, hold up. He went to a community college. He has an associate's degree. Why are we not interviewing any of his teachers from his community college? Does anybody know him that took classes with him they can interview? Why are they always interviewing people from his high school? Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Can we please see a recent photo of Thomas Matthew Crooks? The school district even says at the end of this article, it would be wildly irresponsible for us to speculate on his state of mind in the 2 years since we last saw Thomas Crooks. And they are correct. From everything we have known about Thomas Crooks, apparently he led a completely different life after leaving high school. He held down a job, which once again, his employers had nothing bad to say about him. He went to college and he got a 2 years associate's degree. So high school should be a non-factor for Thomas Matthew Crooks at this point. Because Thomas Crooks did not have a political background, because his MO did not make any sense to this Trump event, they have to build up this MO. Again, it's a Build-A-Bear. Now news and media are dropping articles that Thomas Matthew Crooks researched school pow-pow Ethan Crumbley, his family, before the attack. Those interviews where news and media were interviewing students who had attended Bethel Park High School, it was clear as day those interviews were scripted.
He was bullied almost every day. In what way? Can you explain? I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast. And
Didn't he
know
have
how
a
kids are
bulletproof
nowadays,
vest
so
with him?
they're going to see someone like that and they're going to target him because they think it's funny or whatever. So it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
Yeah. You said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was just he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
This was high school.
Yeah.
What did they, do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of. I
It was
guess, for the way he
definitely
dressed,
planned,
the way
Carl,
his
in my
parents-
opinion.
The school district stating that Thomas Matthew Crooks was a brilliant student, he was an outgoing student showing no signs of bullying, does match with other reports where they are saying Trump rally shooter was a math whiz at school, had won a $500 prize. Thomas Crooks graduated in 2022 from Bethel Park High School. According to the Pittsburgh Tribune Review, he received a $500 star award from the National Math and Science Initiative, according to a newspaper. So this is wild. You now have the school, Bethel Park School, pushing back and speaking up for Thomas Matthew Crooks' character. Bethel Park High School stood up and said, we are not going to allow you to make up this narrative.
And he worked at a
The one
nursing
thing that will
home.
always stand out to me, the one thing that I cannot wrap my mind around is once again, investigators, police collected DNA samples at the crime scene. That day they got a hit back. That hit being Thomas Matthew Crooks. But where did they get the DNA to compare the DNA at the crime scene? Where did they get Thomas Matthew Crooks' DNA from? From what I understand, to match DNA on a criminal, they would have to already be in the criminal system. From what we understand, Thomas Matthew Crooks had no previous criminal record, no previous criminal history. So he should have no DNA in the system to match with what was found on the roof. So we have to ask ourselves, if Thomas Matthew Crooks was not the man on the roof, as we have been shown in pictures, photos, and so forth, that person on the roof lying prone on the roof does not look like Thomas Matthew Crooks. Everything that we hear about his background does not match with what took place at this incident. If who was on the roof was actually Jaxwell Munthrick, again, I know that's not his name, but YouTube is monitoring for people saying his actual name. But if that was not Thomas Matthew Crooks on the roof, then who was Thomas Matthew Crooks? Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe if you're already subscribed.
All right. What the fuck am I doing? I didn't know Minutes of Horror had this many videos going here. Have you watched that one? The strange video on predictions disturbs. Is this on Trump? Or... The disturbing game is now real. Let's watch this.
So I said to
I didn't know he had all this. I've seen that one video. Yeah, I love history. What social studies. I always loved that. I like to research, you know, like. Illuminati, interesting.
myself, Minutes of Horror, you finished Saturday's video, you have a little bit of free time left. Why not make a quick fun video about the Illuminati card game, the 1990s card game that was published back in the 1980s? Saturday's video will be about the 2024 Economist cover and also this Illuminati card game right here. But like I said, I was researching this card game and 5 cards really stood out to me. Before we do begin this video, I do want to ask if you can please like, comment, and share this video, as YouTube is really targeting this channel. They are deleting likes, comments, and removing subscribers. So if you want to comment as much as you want, no matter what the comment may be, it really helps offset the comments that YouTube is deleting. Even if you want to call me a big dummy fearmonger, you don't realize you're helping moving those videos along. But anyway, with that being said, we're going to look at 5 cards that I found rather interesting, rather eerie. Now, this card game was created by Steve Jackson Games. And what's interesting about Steve Jackson Games is that in the 1990s, they were actually raided by the Secret Service. Hard drives and documents were taken by the Secret Service that not only pertain to this card game, but also the GURPS Cyberpunk book as well. The reason why the Secret Service said they raided Steve Jackson card games because they said Steve Jackson was a hacker. Makes you wonder what Steve Jackson was hacking and how he got a lot of this information, where this information would play out in future events. This card game has been in a lot of talks recently due to this one card right here, Enough is Enough, which many people say the man on the cover, the artwork cover, looks like Donald Trump. There are people that will say it doesn't look like Donald Trump, but to me, there is a strong resemblance. Also, on the artwork cover, you can see a bullet going past this man's head. We have been seeing photos floating around of Donald Trump and this bullet going past his head. Even if you do not believe this card has nothing to do with July 13th, that it did not predict anything that took place on July 13th, it's still a rather interesting, fascinating card. So I wanted to give a little brief explanation as to why many people are talking about this card game. But like I said, I was researching this card game and I came across a couple cards that pretty much floored me. We are going to go ahead and get right into the cards. Now, number 5 on the list happens to be Floating Point Error. Why this card is lower on the list? Because this card can be seen as kind of a reach. Yes, this card can connect to what happened a few days ago with CrowdStrike, if you really wanted to see it that way. Now, the description of this card happens to read 8.9938765 out of 10 software executives agree it's not really a problem. All over the world, computers get weird. This card requires Illuminati or a computer action, and we know the organization behind CrowdStrike happens to be the World Economic Forum. And I don't think there's a person on this planet that believes the World Economic Forum is not connected to the Illuminati. As we saw with this CrowdStrike error, many computers around the world went down. They were acting weird. It caused a lot of issues for a lot of companies, a lot of organizations around the world. One organization has a software that can bring down the grid at any moment worldwide. That is a very scary thought. Number 4, again, is a little lower on the list because of the whole reach aspect. The next cards mentioned in this video will not be seen as a reach, but this card right here shows what could be a second attempt on Donald Trump's life. This card here, Spasm of Violence, number 4, does show what looks like to be a younger Donald Trump. The description: by playing this card, you may combine 2 end-of-life attempts on the same target. You must play both end-of-life cards as well. Pick one of the end-of-life attempts to be the main one. Is it possible the previous attempt that we saw on July 13th was just smoke and mirrors? It was a false attempt, and we will see the real attempt play out at a future date. But again, this card could indeed be seen as a reach, but I found this card to be rather interesting given the fact of all we know about the Enough is Enough card. On a side note, there is another card that features a blonde-haired individual. This card is called the Charismatic Leader card. This person in this card is supposed to be charismatic. They have blonde hair, they're stocky, they're rallying a crowd, and many people believe that this also represents Donald Trump. Now we are going to start to move away from cards that happen to be a reach to cards that pretty much accurately predicted the future. And one of these cards at number 3 happens to be the Epidemic card. The card's artwork stands out right away in its connection to the C-19. We see the words quarantine, we see the mask, we see the jab, we see the disinfect. Now, the disinfect's rather interesting because people were talking about disinfect labels, looking at the back of the label, and you see it says getting rid of the corona. What we see on this artwork cover, you can even see the bodies piling up, is what indeed took place in 2020. The label of this card reads, disaster. This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require any action. This is not an instant attack. Other groups can interfere normally. If the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. This attack cannot actually destroy the target. While the C-19 did not destroy any one place, it did indeed devastate many locations. It devastated economies. It devastated populations. You have to remember that this card game is called the Illuminati. It is about the powers that be using events to control the population, to win over other organizations. So to see this card here is rather telling. Number 2 really freaked me out, and this card was actually published all the way back in the 1980s. Number 2, this card titled New World Order Political Correctness. Not only does this card's artwork accurately predict what we see today, but read the description. Good thoughts are now required. Increase the power of all liberal groups by 3. All conservative groups with a power of 0 or 1 become criminal as well. Wow. Now look at the artwork. You can see 2 men hanging. Both of these men are white, but the man on the left, he holds a sign. That sign reads, use insensitive pronoun. Again, this card was with a set of cards that was published back in the 80s. I don't remember this whole insensitive pronoun thing taking place in the 80s, the 90s, or even the early 2000s. This is something rather recent, 2010s on up. There are countries around the world that will investigate you if you misgender somebody. There were calls by Newsweek article, J.K. Rowling could be investigated over misgendering. Then we have this article here, in Scotland, online misgendering could be investigated under new law. There's also misgendering laws in Canada, I believe. This new hate crime law impacting many countries around the world now include misgendering. So this card is very accurate in its prediction. Very, very eerie. There were actually 3 cards that were tied for number 1, but ultimately I can only pick one. So we're going to do some honorable mentions. We're going to do 2 honorable mentions. The first one I'm going to mention happens to be the card titled Goal, Blinded by Science. The description, if we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be research. Now, many people were blinded by science during the C-19. Remember the whole trust the science that was going around. The next honorable mention goes to the Frankenfood card. The description of this card reads, genetic manipulation creates a tangy taste treat with a special side effect. What are we seeing a lot of today? GMOs, companies like Monsanto, basically creating just this, Frankenfoods. These GMOs being added into our foods, which I am sure they were added for a long, long time, even going back before this Illuminati card game. But like I said, the talks of GMOs, companies like Monsanto, have been happening very recently. Almost everything we devour today has GMOs in it, and it's causing very devastating side effects. These GMOs, these additives, are outright banned in multiple countries. Going on to number one just happens to be New World Order global warming. There has just been an explosion of global warming climate change talk in the 2000s, more specifically the 2010s on up. We are hearing in the news how these horrendous weather events are now the new normal. Massive hurricanes, these horrible earthquakes, these tornadoes are now the new normal. More and more that they talk about global warming, climate change, the more and more people are understanding that they are using this, they as in the powers that be, are using this as a means of control, a way to control how we live, how we eat, how we travel. They have shown us time and time again they can indeed manipulate the weather. I have made many videos on Beauvais Island, how there is a heart connection to Beauvais Island, and more recently, one of my videos shows a Category 5 hurricane or greater coming out of Beauvais Island. So this card game was way ahead of its time. And like I said, Saturday's video will go more in depth with this card game and also the 2024 magazine cover. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like.
Carl, I was just going through his community tab here, and he said he's going to start doing live streams. So he must have knew you were going to ask. Do y'all want to keep watching these? He just put a video up, now it's gone. What the hell? Keep watching. I loved when he was covering the airplanes. Let's see. Okay. This one's a short one.
If you are not
just a second here.
Not aware, the Paris Olympics start today, and many people are worried that something big, something disastrous, perhaps even a false flag, may strike the Paris Olympics. Now, we do hope everything runs as smoothly as possible, but it does not help that we have these kind of videos that are coming out. Now, a lot has happened these past couple of weeks, starting with July 13th, Donald Trump's rally. But there has also been a lot of back and forth.
You still here, Carl?
News and media and the powers that be, investigators and so forth, have come out and stated the official narrative is that a lone person by the name of Thomas Matthew Crooks attended Donald Trump's rally to try to take Donald Trump out. That is the official narrative. This 120-year-old man outsmarted police, outsmarted the FBI, outsmarted Secret Service, and the only reason why he was not successful against Donald Trump happens to be because Donald Trump turned his head at the right moment. The powers that be know none of this makes sense. They know Thomas Matthew Crooks' background, his MO, makes absolutely no sense, has absolutely no connection to what took place on July 13th. So what they are trying to do now is build a narrative, build an agenda. And one of these narratives out of nowhere happens to involve Iran. With all the craziness that has been happening these past couple of weeks, one country's name continues to stand out in news and media. And again, that country's name happens to be Iran. As I have been researching this card game, this very bizarre card game that continues to seemingly predict the future, or quote unquote predict the future anyway, I ran across this card right here. This card is called Combined Disasters. This card game, the cards seem to predict a future event either within the description of the card itself or on the artwork of the card. And I found this card to be rather interesting because if you look at the artwork of the card, you can see a disaster, but you can also see people running. If you look at the color of the clothing that these people are wearing, you can make out the same colors as the Olympics. This might be a reach. It could be a reach, but we should not just blatantly ignore these cards either, because these cards are very weird. Just look at these two cards here. They were in the same deck together. This plays out what took place on 9/11. Now, I had thought originally that this scene in this card was taking place in London because I thought this clock was Big Ben. But this clock does not look like Big Ben, but there are clock towers in Paris that do look like this clock here. So we are on the same page, so there's no misunderstanding. I am not saying 100% without a doubt that this card is showing an event that will take place at the Paris Olympics. All I am saying is that we should not ignore this card. The problem also happens to be we continue to hear Iran's name in news and media. For instance, on July 25th, this came out of news and media. Olympics Israel warns France of Iran-backed plot. Israel's foreign minister warned his French counterpart on Thursday of a potential Iranian-backed plot to target Israeli athletes and tourists during the Paris Olympic Games. Continuing to read from this article, it states, "We currently have assessments regarding the potential threat posed by Iranian terror proxies and other terror organizations who aim to carry out attacks against members of the Israeli delegation and Israeli tourists during the Olympics. There will be beefed up security at the Olympics, no doubt, but what we were told anyway, when it comes to this incident at Trump's rally prior to July 13th, Secret Service were made fully aware that there were threats coming from Iran targeting Trump." Now, do I believe this whole Iran narrative they're trying to give us when it comes to July 13th? No, I do not. But again, like I said, it's a way to still use Iran being involved in these plots. Well, it seems like something very serious is taking place in Paris because news has just dropped today. French rail network was hit by arson attacks before Olympics opening ceremony. Massive coordinated attacks on TGV bring severe disruption to France's busiest rail lines. Are they trying to stop people from getting in and out? Reading from this article, France's high-speed rail network has been hit by coordinated malicious acts, including arson attacks, that have brought major disruption to many other countries' busiest rail lines hours before the Paris Olympics opening ceremony. The state-owned railway operator SNCF said arsonists had targeted installations along the lines connecting Paris with the country's west, north, and east, and that traffic would be severely disrupted across the country during the weekend. The attacks appear to have been planned and carefully targeted at strategic points on the rail network. Now, they do say that no one has taken responsibility yet for what has happened to the rail network, but I wouldn't doubt whatsoever that Iran's name will appear. Again, we want everything to run as smoothly as possible when it comes to the Paris Olympics. But with everything that has been going on these past couple weeks, with Iran's name continuing to appear in the media, I would not be surprised one bit if there was some kind of false flag, some kind of major event that takes place at the Paris Olympics to set off another event. But again, that's just me theorizing. It would be nice to have a break from all this craziness that has been going on in the world. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. I would like to hear from you. But if you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help.
Kiwi, go for it if you want to ask a question. If you're disrespectful or you come at me sideways, I don't tolerate bullshit. Just know that. But yeah. Okay, you're a gentleman. Okay.
The incident.
I'm just like watching all of his videos. I didn't know he had all these videos here. You're offended by what? What are you offended by? What's your question? What's your question, Kiwi? Come on. Because you've never been in my chat for one, so what is it? How long did it take me to get to 1K subs? About a week. I got like 2K subs in like a month. I've never seen that. What was your name before that? Because that Kiwi mate name has never been in here. How? Because I didn't even plan on it, actually. I got into a case that's very close to my heart. Oh, true crime. Okay, I know that name, I think. I got into a case that was close to my heart, and like I like to research, I like to dig, and I started doing that. I didn't go live or nothing, and I just started posting clips of stuff I was finding on the case, and my channel blew up like in a month, literally. It's during the Kylie Rodney case. I covered that, and I was posting stuff that I was finding, and I'm pretty good at digging. Pretty much, yeah. Like it just kept going. But like I stayed at like 2,500 forever, and then I left a certain creator that I was with for 5 years recently, and I'm where I'm at now. You just got to find your niche. You just got to, I don't know. I didn't expect it because all I wanted was a community tab so I could post stuff and share, because I didn't go live or nothing. But yeah. If you just keep at it and keep working at it, you'll find it and you'll find your people. Thank you for being respectful. I thought you was going to be an asshole. All right, here we go. We're going to listen to this one. Carl, are you still here? Or did you leave me again? Well, see, I used to be true crime and I left true crime. Now I just do politics and Gypsy Rose. I don't even care. I don't monetize. Right, Snacks. We always do. Always. I was expecting some bullshit from him, honestly. I'll never monetize because I grew this channel off of Kylie Rodney, not on purpose. Like I wasn't clout chasing or nothing. And I will never monetize. I do promote my Cincy, that's a legit thing for me. And I don't know. That's about it. And I do like the drama stuff. I do watch it and lurk in those, but I don't cover none of that really. Every now and then I'll cover fucking Griftony, Brittany J, but yeah. Just keep at it and you'll find your right people. And oh, you're good, Carl. I understand, bro. Yeah, I do politics and Gypsy Rose. Everybody's like, don't do politics. Well, for one, it's my fucking channel. I'll do what I want, Look, I got 7 people in here and I could care less. I love it, I would stay here with one person, me and Carl and Snacks, Andy. But just don't trust too many people because they can ruin your channel too. You know what I mean? Just stay true to yourself. Only cover stuff you're passionate about, and you'll get there.
That occurred at Trump's rally on July 13th, 2024, just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier. Every little bit of information that keeps coming out by news, media, and the powers that be, and certain organizations just continues to get wackier and wackier and wackier. Now, look, I will admit that I have grown to dislike the word distraction.
You're welcome, Kiwi. Thanks for coming by
many forms of media. That is true. But anytime any strange event happens, we always label that event as a distraction to another distraction. Everything seems to be a distraction. I was all on board with everything being a distraction until Hawaii happened. Until they lit Maui on fire to our face, they turned all the sirens off, they turned the waters off, You can see on camera police turning people right back into the fires and no one was arrested. It's like they're saying, we can do this and you can't do nothing about it. That is when I started to move away from the word distraction. But now I'm starting to believe, are we being distracted again from something else in the background, something bigger? When I was making my videos on Jackswell Monthrick, and you still can't say his name on YouTube for whatever reason, but when I was making my video,
And Kiwi, if you're still here, remember quality people over quantity, and you will get organic growth in, you know what I mean? Quality over quantity.
on this man and other things that did not make sense when it came to Trump's rally, there were those in the comment section saying, Minute of Horror, be careful not going too far deep into the rabbit hole because you might get easily distracted to something else.
True, Kiwi.
And I would say, I don't believe so. I don't think a distraction is taking place here. Now I'm at a point where I'm like, I was wrong. I'm sorry. And I have to start listening to more of you that are subscribed to me, that are giving me this good advice. I have to start being less hard-headed. And again, I apologize that I have to be more focused when it comes to events like this because they are throwing out a lot of rabbit holes to us. And I seem to be going down each rabbit hole and trying to sort out the flip-flopping, sort out the back and forth, when ultimately the goal is confusion.
Right,
Now, before we
Andy,
do get into the
agree.
confusion part of things, let's talk about these articles that are slowly coming out from news and media. Now, this was supposedly confirmed by two
Stay
different
true to
media
yourself,
sources,
Kiwi.
Wired and Gizmodo. CIA denies theory that it used MK Ultra program on the person that caused the incident at Trump's rally. What? CIA denies theory that it used MK Ultra program on the individual who supposedly is Thomas Matthew.
And Andy, since you said that about, you know, JFK and RFK, what about RFK Jr. and the stuff he's been saying? He's got some balls, don't he, lately? Like I don't know what to think about him yet, but he's got some balls lately. Your weird humor. Well, I kind of got an attitude, and people either love me or hate me, and I'm okay with that. I don't know. I just don't take no shit. And Snacks has known me longer than anybody, I believe. Yes, she has in my channels or anywhere on here. Well, not on here, but in my community here. And I used to never even talk or anything. Even as Snacks, I never was a channel or I didn't plan to do this. I've noticed that Snacks, they do ramp up. Yeah, but he's got balls though. I mean, his dad and his uncle both, you know, got assassinated, and me too, Andy, but because I heard a speech recently, and yeah, we did hang out in the bushes together, Snacks. We sure did, didn't we? We sure did. Yeah, I never went on panels or nothing. Even in like Discord voice chats, I would lurk and listen. I would never talk. And then I done a live taking up for one of my friends. Well, she ain't my friend no more, but JS for Justice. Somebody done some shitty shit, and I got pissed, and I went up on a panel and cussed people out, and it was over. I get that, Kiwi. I do. But still, though, you know, that makes it even more worse for him saying the stuff he's saying now. It's wild. Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying, though? I mean, I know. Look at me now, Snacks. I don't shut up. Well, I don't go live sometimes. It's just got to be stuff that interests me. And I'm done with true crime. Fuck true crime. I can't do it. It's too much for me. It ain't like it used to be. I would rather do politics and Gypsy Rose or whatever I want to do, you know, or cuss a bitch out like Brittany J. Or whoever. But yeah, I do like RFK Jr. I do. And some of the stuff he's been saying, but I just worry about him. He's got some balls. I was fierce at the start. Yeah, because I didn't know who you was. And you was kind of stringing along, asking me the question you wanted to ask me. But you were respectful. Me neither, Snacks. I sure as a fuck wouldn't. Carl, my mod in here, he's one of my favorites. He's a sheriff on this channel. I kicked him off here and was mean to him, and look, he loves me to death. Yeah, I didn't recognize that name. But yeah, thank you for coming by. And you know, and it's hard. What do you remember, Wacky? Oh, when I got rid of Carl. Any 3-letter word, CIA, FBI, DOJ, any of that snacks. Any 3-letter organization, nope. If that's what you're meaning, you're probably meaning that. ABCs, yeah. But yeah, I would fight a bear for Carl now. I agree on the ABCs. I do. Absolutely. Eddington. I can't even fucking talk. But yeah, I mainly do lives, but like if I do a video, I use InShot. I don't know, just keep it simple. Don't over stress yourself with it. Like I said, stay true to yourself.
Crooks that caused the incident at Trump's July 13th rally. Do I really need to say anything more? This sounds like something coming straight from a satirical website like The Bee. But no, they are saying that Wired and Gizmodo both spoke to a CIA spokesperson, and the CIA spokesperson are now saying they are going to be more transparent than ever. So we now have the CIA becoming the fact checkers ever since this July 13th rally involving Trump. For those that are currently watching this video, for those that are currently subscribed to me, I would love to tell you that this is bogus, this is stupid, this is idiocracy. But this is perhaps the most reasonable thing that has come out so far when it comes to what took place on July 13th. This perhaps makes the most sense, that we have the CIA coming out and denying a theory that's no longer a theory. This is indeed the most truth that has come out since July 13th from the powers that be. The CIA saying they did not use MK Ultra on Thomas Matthew Crooks. Of course they didn't. MK Ultra has been terminated. A more powerful program has taken its place. Could be Project Midnight Climax, could be Project Monarch, but definitely there is a more powerful program that exists. Did you not read the fine print? They said that we did not use Project MK Ultra on Thomas Matthew Crooks, but it does not mean we did not use another mind control program under a different name. Wow, we have finally found an article that's connected to what took place on July 13th at Trump's rally that finally makes sense. Or if you want to look at this article in another way, if you do not believe it was actually Thomas Matthew Crooks on the roof, but somebody else, they are telling us in a roundabout way that it was not Thomas Matthew Crooks at the rally who was under their program. Perhaps it was another person who was at the rally on the roof under their program. Either way you want to look at it, whether they are telling you that Thomas Matthew Crooks was there, but he was under another mind control program that was not MK Ultra, or they are telling you that Thomas Matthew Crooks was not there, that somebody else was on the roof that was under their evolved mind control program. This article still makes the most sense out of any article I have read to date when it comes to July 13th. And that is nuts. So like I had stated, we have two media agencies claiming they spoke to the CIA, a CIA spokesperson, Wired and Gizmodo, with Wired dropping their article first, with Gizmodo confirming everything in the article. So the article from Wired, which I'm going to be reading, is titled, "The Thomas Crooks Conspiracy Theories Aren't Going Anywhere. The FBI Says Donald Trump's Would-Be End-of-Lifer Acted Alone. The CIA denies any association with him, but experts say the complex reasons for belief in conspiracies will likely keep people believing." So we're pretty much going to go ahead and skip the beginning of the article and throw it in the trash, because the beginning of the article pretty much talks about how conspiracy theorists believe in these wacky conspiracy theories like the C-19 jab is bad for you. They even mention Alice J in the article, so we're going to go to the most important part of this article. While there's no consensus among popular conspiracists on how many shooters there were and whether law enforcement agencies on the scene passively allowed or actively abetted the crime, they do seem to broadly agree it was an inside job carried out at the behest of the deep state. The article goes on to say that QAnon influencers and Bill Ackman being this hedge fund manager that writes about conspiracy theories on his Twitter, invoke fictional CIA Jason Bourne when not pointing the finger at the actual real-life CIA, these claims are utterly false, absurd, and damaging. A CIA spokesperson tells Wired the CIA has no relationship whatsoever with Thomas Crooks. The CIA spokesperson says regarding MK Ultra, the CIA's program was shut down more than 40 years ago, and declassified information about the program is publicly available on CIA.gov. Like I said, Gizmodo went ahead and confirmed the information themselves, reaching out to the CIA spokesperson, with the CIA spokesperson saying the exact same thing. These claims are utterly false, absurd, and damaging. The CIA had no relationship whatsoever with Thomas Crooks. Regarding MK Ultra, the CIA's program was shut down more than 40 years ago, and declassified information about the program is publicly available on CIA.gov. These wackadoos from these articles probably do not even realize they're talking to an automated response bot from the CIA. This is the perfect example for how the media has been treating us for such a long time now. I'm not even going to talk about how they've been treating us during this whole July 13th incident, because it's absolutely wild, all the back and forth. But
right, Snacks.
Throughout history, this is how stupid they believe we are. And there are some people that will believe Gizmodo, will believe Wired, that the CIA will come out and tell them the truth, that they use mind control on Thomas Matthew Crooks. And with this mind control with MK Ultra, he went ahead and tried to take out Donald Trump. They really believe that the public will believe that that is what the CIA will tell Wired and Gizmodo. If Gizmodo and Wired are...
That book I mentioned in chat has Charles Manson about it. That Charles Manson was part of the CIA. No, I haven't seen that, Kiwi. Let me screenshot that. Can you watch it like on Netflix? I like stuff like that. I like conspiracies like this, but you know what? A lot of conspiracies are true. Right, Snacks, I agree. But if anyone's into reading, I'll find that book and I'll link it. It's a good read. It took me forever to read it because I'm not good at reading, but it's my ADHD. George Clooney is from where I'm from. How about that?
Are really talking to a real CIA spokesperson here. Do I believe that the CIA is telling the truth here? Once again, yes, in their own sick and twisted roundabout way, just like how Hollywood likes to show us the truth in their movies that they label as fiction. We know you did not have any involvement with Thomas Matthew Crooks because Thomas Matthew Crooks was not the person on the roof that day. Gizmodo continues to say that the CIA's denial, first reported by Wired and confirmed by Gizmodo after we reached out, suggests the agency is perhaps now more willing to engage with the public after so many decades of those stereotypical no comment or Glomar responses on just about everything. But yet now they want to tell the truth. And this is what's being reported by the media. And I'm sure more media is going to pick this up, and this is going to float around in an already very strange and bizarre story that has already so many rabbit holes. That is where I sit back, and that is where I have the epiphany, looking once again at the whole July 13th as a whole, and I'm looking at all the rabbit holes.
That's interesting, Snacks. Oh, what did Carl here say? Yeah, I think we talked about that, Carl. It's on Netflix. I'll have to check that out. I'm going to link that book I was telling you all about. Just, it's interesting.
All the back and forth, all the flip-flopping, nothing makes sense. And they want to keep it that way. They want to keep us in a state where nothing makes sense. They want to keep us confused. They want to keep our eyes on this story. That's why everything they say makes absolutely no sense and keeps us invested. Let's say Gizmodo and Wired did not even speak to the CIA. Then they are lying on behalf of the CIA. They are lying for the CIA. And that alone is just crazy. You might be saying then, well, who is Gizmodo? Who is Wired? They are popular forms of media that have been around for quite some time now. But again, are CNN, Fox News, and ABC any better when it comes to what happened on July 13th? We have CNN still not giving us an explanation why they were live recording at Trump's rally when they have never done so in the past. This is the first time ever that CNN decided to live broadcast Trump's rally. Why? And then we have Fox News still reporting about Thomas Matthew Crooks' white van. And at the same time, they are talking about his white Hyundai that he drove to the scene. So did he drive both vehicles to the scene? You have to explain the white van. You had ABC along with other forms of media talking about how they identified Thomas Matthew Crooks right away through his DNA using biometrics because he had no
Hey,
identification.
gossip.
And then a couple days later, oh, we're just going to forget about the DNA. They were able to identify Thomas Matthew Crooks through his serial number on his gun. Having all these bogus interviews supposedly with people from his high school who look like they are on the verge of laughing because they're making everything up as they go. He was a bullied loner who always wore hunting clothes, who did not get along with nobody. He sat by himself. To now, he has a few friends. He was a genius. People loved him. Yeah, some people made fun of him, but he still got along with teachers and his
I'm really tired of listening to him right now. Honestly, I've heard enough of you. I love this dude, but Snacks, he started his. Because I didn't know him until those people started freaking out on the planes, and they were saying they were body doubles and lizard people and all that, and I was really into that. And that's how he got his channel going that I know of, and it blew up. So yeah, he probably is fairly new to a lot of it. The plane freakouts were weird. I was deep into that. And this guy here that's doing these videos I'm playing, he covered it a lot. And yeah, I still believe something's up with those plane people. The the England boxer and the lady, and there was all kinds of them. How you doing, gossip? What kid is an actor, Kiwi? The one on the screen right now? I'm going to finish listening to this one, and I'm not going to torture you anymore. I like this dude, but I've heard enough. And I've been on here over 3 hours. I want to come back on maybe later to do some, the one on screen, do some Gypsy Rose. Dumb bitch.
his peers. He excelled. He was on the rifle team. He was not on the rifle team. There's just so much back and forth, and they are putting down so many rabbit holes upon rabbit holes upon rabbit holes for us to dive into. So we don't see anything else going on in the background. Then we have, and I don't know if anybody else has noticed, that there's this very weird twin thing going on. First, we have this man come out and say he's Thomas Matthew.
Now that is weird right there, that twin thing.
But you got the wrong guy. Turns out that was not Thomas Matthew Crooks, but some troll on Twitter named Jew Gazing who happens to look like Thomas Matthew Crooks. Then we have the man on the roof lying prone on the roof that looks like Maxwell Yerrick. Then we have this woman in white who looks like the assistant FBI director, but they're saying is not the assistant FBI director, but looks like her. Then we have this other individual who was handcuffed at the rally who looks like Keenan Hooper, but now they're saying is not Keenan Hooper. So we have this whole twin thing going on. It's very weird. The whole thing is very weird. The only way we can really tell the difference between any of these people is by their ears, barely. And that alone is weird. I would definitely hate to know that I and many others like myself are being distracted. Now, there are those from day one that saw the writing on the wall, but it looks like with everything coming out, with every new bit of information coming out, there is a rabbit hole, but a rabbit hole that they designed to keep us going further and further and further in a loop. But it is what it is. Thank you so much for watching. If you like,
the ones that do 8-hour lives usually have 500 people on panel with them. So they let somebody else run their panel. I don't know. I go to the bathroom, because I have AirPods in. I'll go while a video's playing while I'm listening, and I don't know. But I don't think I've done an 8-hour live. UFOs. I think we are the aliens. I swear I do. We're aliens, you all. We're the aliens. Carl, I don't know about some of that. I mean, I believe it's real, but I don't believe it's what they put out there. Oh, you got Discord. Did you get my message, Snacks? I sent you a link, I think. I promise you're safe in there. I promise you, Snacks. And if you feel any type of way, let me know, and I swear I'll shut it down. But earpods are bad for you. Well, a lot of stuff's bad for me. I'm a recovering addict, clean for over 17 years, so AirPods is the least of my worries. Gossip, we could absolutely do a live together, love. I'm always up here by myself. Nobody will come up with me. Allie used to. Meg says sometimes. Try to get Carl up here. I know Snacks ain't going to. Oh, and Kiwi, another word of advice. Don't have open panels. Learn to run your panel by yourself because open panels are bad and it just, I don't know. Oh my God, Snacks. Yes, I remember the 12 and 24-hour lives. I would go to sleep and wake up and people would still be live. Oh my God, them were the good old days. Oh my God, that was wild. Right, I didn't go on voice chats. Remember that, Snacks? I never did. Yeah, open panels are. If you need a whole fucking panel to help you run your panel, then I don't know. You get what I'm saying? And like the people that do a lot of these open panels, not everybody, but some people, they won't even be there for an hour while other people are sitting there running their panel. And I just don't like that. Whose show you going on? You hate watching panels? I do too, Carl. I don't know. I don't like a bunch of fucking chaos up there, especially when it's like drama and everybody talking over each other and True Crime King. I don't think I know him. Her. Him. Like I said, I've gotten out of true crime. I don't know who's what anymore. Or true crime is a shit show, and all they do is exploit them babies. And no, not for me. Ain't nobody on here gonna. Well, can't say that. People help find Gabby Petito, but none of these motherfuckers is gonna solve these cases or find nobody. Come on, people go live every single day about the same thing. It's see, I wouldn't want to do that gossip. I wouldn't want to do a 24-hour live and sleep because, like, I don't know. I would probably do something stupid. I like two people on panel, talking to each other. I like that, but I don't like a bunch of people on a panel. I don't like that. Yeah, see, that's different, Snacks. But like a lot of these true crime people, they get everybody up there, and it's just I don't know, a lot of misinformation, in true crime, and yeah, I can't do that. It's too much. Right, Carl, and people talk about him every fucking day, and it pisses me off when people have all these hashtags of Sebastian and Summer Wells, and they don't even talk about the kids. JB Gunner, oh my God, he's a racist piece of shit. Ain't he the one that beat his wife or something on live and you say toothless criminal junkies. Let's not talk like that. I don't like doing stuff like that because I'm a recovering junkie and about toothless, I don't like body shaming and stuff like that or making fun of people because some people can't help it. Please, Kiwi. I agree. She's got her a big old RO on her down there. Somebody gonna get her in court. I didn't get into the Karen Reed. Yeah, I remember that when he beat his wife on live. He's a racist piece of shit. He's horrible. He's horrible. JB can fuck off. I don't like him. I haven't liked him. I've seen him around for a long time, and no. Yes, Snacks, he sure did. His wife sure did. Got arrested on live. Sure did. Sure did. He's a piece of shit. And he's still on here. And he's racist as fuck, and he's fucking horrible. Yeah, I agree, Kiwi. He's bottom of the barrel for sure. Hey, Summer, you back again? See, I didn't know he was on that show. Someone just said he was on a show. Trisha Goddard show. Nick Rakita, I know who that is. You remember him, Snacks, from Sophie's case? He took up for Michael Long. Yeah, and he got arrested, didn't he? Didn't he go to jail for drugs with these kids and all kinds of shit? Yeah, I think Nick was a Michael Long simp. You been listening? Yeah. I think Alyssa still simps for him. I'm not sure. Oh, Alyssa the homewrecker. Yeah, I heard that, Kiwi, and you done it, you done it, you know? There's a couple on here that was in the Summer Wells community that's in jail, and they're going to trial for child abuse, and the kid had drugs in their system and all kinds of stuff, and Carl. Yeah, they were from the Summer Wells community, and that people just threw thousands and thousands of dollars at them. And right, Kiwi, they're done. I don't get it. Oh, they had a falling out. I heard when Michael got out of jail, she had like some kind of GoFundMe or something going, but she lived at the ranch there with Michael's parents in that camper for like 2 years while Michael was locked up. And then when Michael got out of jail, she left. Yeah, they're facing some bad stuff, Gossip. Yep. You know what I'm talking about. And but fuck, I called they were always high on lives and stuff, you know? You can tell. Now they're like going to trial. Molly Go Lightly on Wife Swap. She got arrested, remember, in New Orleans on the street for robbing a stripper. You know, though, I have like a love-hate for Molly because she is funny as fuck sometimes. Big Juicy, yep. Big Juicy, yep. Molly has a good heart. She really does when she wants to, and she just don't know how to use it. She's got that. I don't know. I know, Gossip, but that's probably what they need. Yeah, Kiwi, I don't mind her either, except for the grifting. But she has a good heart. She does mean well. She really does. And she just needs to stay away from the kids' cases and stuff. Nicole, whenever she impersonates Michelle Sabay, oh my gosh, she sounds just like her. I didn't like what Molly done to Heels in the Air when Heels passed. I don't like what she done there. That was wrong. Because she herself exploited her own mother dying, you know, and that was wrong. And Molly Golightly's husband is a business marriage. That is strictly a business marriage, in my opinion. They are only married for business. Yeah, I have a love-hate with Lacey. Hey, love. I know some people don't. I didn't care for Heels, but it was sad that she passed for who it was. I didn't care for her, and I made that clear when she died. And yeah, Heels in the Air died, Snacks. But it did break my heart when she died. It was sad though, it really was. It broke my heart and I didn't care for her. I didn't dislike her, but I didn't like her, you know, but yeah, she died. I believe she had COPD, didn't she? And she only had like 30% breathing or whatever, and she died on a live, actually, on a live stream. She was live and she went to do something, get her some coffee or something, and she fell and broke her hip and she just couldn't handle the pain. And I agree, Lace. I do. Yeah, she was just talking to Princess the other day. She was having her son go pick Princess up. Yeah, I was sad when she passed. I was, and I didn't care for her. But yeah. I don't even know why she hit me hard when she passed. But it hit me hard for some reason. Yeah, she was up there in age. Heels was, yeah. She wasn't supposed to have lived as long as she did. She fell while she was on live, and the pain, her lungs couldn't take it, and it was really sad though. I don't know how old she was exactly. $50? That's not old though. Yeah, Molly needs to leave the kids and stuff alone. I agree, Lace. I do. Hey, Jules, how you doing, love? '50's not old. I'm not far from it. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm not no fucking spring chicken no more, and it's kind of depressing sometimes. How old are you, Snacks? Or you can message me and tell me. Yeah, 50's not old. Yeah, she was on hospice. Yeah, I cried and everything when she passed. Lace, I figured you'd be younger than me. '51, you ain't old. Stop it. 43. See, we're not old, y'all. I'll be 42 in September. So I'm right there with you, Gossip. 41, 42, 43. Look at us, Lace. Lace 41, I'll be 42, and Gossip 43. Then we got Jules the baby. I can't call you Granny. You ain't. No, 51 is not old, honey. What, Jules? What? Hold on. They got a pardon? Carl's 43. Kiwi's 54, but looks 70. 33. See, Jules is the baby. Oh my God, did they really do that? Oh my God. 41. Nicole, who are you talking about? I don't think anybody in that should have been pardoned, in my opinion. No matter what part they played in that. No. Hey, Sonia. Little to do with it, whatever. No. Oh, Crimes and Fashion? Yeah, Lisa. I think that's her name. I don't watch her. I don't know her, though. I've tried to watch it. Oh, no, I can't. Some people I just can't watch. I lurk Savage a lot. Savage and Val. Hi, Helen. 64. Sonia, don't say how old you are. Y'all guess how old Sonia is. You'll never believe it. I don't care what they done. No. I don't, no. I love Savage. 39, you think Sonia's 39? It blew my mind when I found out. 42. Don't say yet, Sonia. But look, if they take the death penalty off, it's going to be the same thing anyway, because if they just give them life, because usually with the death penalty, you just sit in prison and die anyway before you get executed. I guess I can handle that. But I could imagine how the families feel. Yeah, that's not bad, as long as they're still in jail. But still, them families. Yeah, I thought they were running free too. That's what I was like, fuck that. As long as they're still in jail, yeah. Because either way, they're going to be in there forever. Nicole, hush it. All right, tell them how old you are, Sonia. I love my Sonia. She's been my love for a few years on here. You think they're behind it? They shouldn't have a chance to testify and be free. Nope. See, there you go. Yeah, I told y'all wouldn't believe it. She's 70. I told y'all. I love her. It blew my mind when I found out how old she was. I don't think they should get out. I told y'all wouldn't believe it. Yep, that's my Sonia love. And she's not Betty Sonia. People's been saying, is that Betty Sonia? No, far from it. They better not let those people out. That's crazy, man. Take the death penalty away, but leave them in jail, man. Give them life without the possibility of parole. That's fucked up. Oh, I didn't know that, Jules. What the fuck? You think they're going to give somebody up, Kiwi? Well, I mean, this shit that's going on with Trump. Look, the truth about January 6th come out. Now this Russian U.S. Prisoners. Oh, Kamala. I agree about the inside job. Something's going on. I don't like it. Carl, I would too, honestly. But if you get the death penalty, you sit on death row until you die pretty much. You don't usually get executed. I don't either, Nicole. I don't have a good feeling either. Oh no, Lacey, I agree with you. I'd rather live under Putin than Kamala any day. I agree with you, honey. Fuck that bitch. You should, Lacey, did you see her trying to impersonate a Southern accent? Oh my gosh, she caught hell for it. Deep state, there you go. I'm all about the deep state. I'm so interested in the deep state, Jules. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know enough, and I'm slowly learning. I can't learn a lot at once because where I have ADHD, I can't comprehend it. But yes, I'm interested in the deep state totally. I want to do a live on just the deep state. Yeah, she tried to impersonate the South and talk like them, and it just. I agree, Carl. I agree, Helen. I think we're gonna have a World War III. I didn't know they were saying that about JD. Hillary, fuck her. Fuck the Clintons. Yeah, fuck Hillary. I agree, Jules. Her and John Podesta and yeah, don't get me started on that shit. No. So much. We're gonna get Clintoned. Helen, I'm afraid of that too. I think about that. I really do. No, Kiwi, I'm not. I'm fairly new to a lot of this. Like I said, I'm late on the train getting into politics and all this stuff just the past few years, and I'm slowly learning. Yeah, I know. I could say that about China. Remember Remember the balloons, the Chinese balloons that come over here? Then we ain't heard nothing else about them. Summer, I think so, and I think that's why it interests me so much, the deep state. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very interested. That's got my attention, like, more than anything, for real. The deep state. And I've been digging into it, and I believe it. During the swamp. See, and Trump's wanting to take all of the business, and bring it to the U.S., and China don't like that, and a lot of things. And if you watch JLR, I know he's a love-hate, but I love JLR. I do. I like him. He has came a long ways. At least he gets out there. He's like the damn time traveler. And if we ever have World War III, JLR is going to be our spokesperson. He's going to be right in the middle of the battlefield telling everybody, come on in, guys, you know. Somewhere I might be, fuck. What new drug? But JLR, he covers the border, and he'll go up to some of those people, and they're from China, a lot of them, in Vietnam. Helen, I get like that. I get mad. I get pissed. And it's like, why can't you motherfuckers see this? You know, like, oh, I didn't know that, Carl. You'll have to remind me about that, and maybe we can listen to it on here. Email me that, Carl, so I'll remember. He does got major balls, don't he, Lace? He ain't scared of nothing. Like, he goes right up to them fucking illegals and shit at the border or anywhere. He'll go up to anybody. But you know what? When they're, like, coming across our border, they're gonna be on their best behavior. So. Oh, wow. I had COVID once. It sucked. I thought I did. I might just had some fucking bronchitis or I didn't test myself, but Lacey, I would shit myself too. I would need to wear Pampers. There's no way I could do that. He'll go right up to the damn border patrol and everything. I agree, Kiwi, and I think, and they want all these illegals to come in. The Democrats do, the deep state, because that's how they get their votes in the elections. In my opinion. I got it 2 years ago. It wasn't that bad, but it was bad enough. I agree, Helen. He does have a bad past, but he's very honest about it. He wrote a book about it, you know, and he's done some shitty shit. He owns up to it. He done 10 years, you know, federal prison, and he's very honest about his past. And he's, you know, if I can see someone actually trying to better their life like that, I'm okay with that. And I like him and Magnolia together. I think Magnolia is awesome. She's a sweetheart. She's beautiful. I think she's got integrity, and I'm proud of him, for real. I remember JLR from the Watts case. You remember that, Lace? Or anybody else that's around the Watts case? He is doing good. Yeah, Jules. He's got balls though, don't he? I mean, he's going now to California to cover the wildfires. He is Kiwi, yes. He don't really ask for money or nothing. He don't. Lace, I knew you were gonna say that. But he's got a loyal following, you know, and see, I didn't follow Karen Reed. I don't know nothing about that trial at all, that case. And I'm not a Don and Candace Wells supporter, but I don't like what he done when he went to Candace Nim's hotel and knocked on her door and she answered. I didn't like that. I don't like stuff like that, you know? But I still like him. A war journalist, yeah. He's like I said, we'll have World War III and JLR be smack dab in the middle reporting on it. Yeah, Watts' case was wild. That's what brought me to YouTube. JLR's a mess. He won't get hooked up that bunch again. Nuh-uh. And I don't think him and old Blowhard Betty were as serious as she tries to put on. He is a time traveler. Yeah, he was headed to California today, I believe, or yesterday. I think he flies. He was in the airport. Yes, that's where I did see him, in the airport today. He was in Salt Lake City going to California. He rents cars. I think that's how he does it. He rents cars. Like if it's so, I don't know really. I know he does rent cars, and he was in an airport today. Yeah, I want to see Rapper. Fuck that little fucker. Yeah, he won't react to Betty, Helen. He won't. He ain't getting into that shit. That's what she wants. I've never seen Rapper, no. I've heard his voice. He don't get in the drama like that. And he's a very private person, and I wouldn't put it past it, Jules. He was. I've got most of Rapper's accounts blocked on here. He looks like that. Oh my God. Y'all send me a picture. Come on, I gotta see this. Yeah, fuck him. What he's been saying in Sebastian's case, and I was shocked when I seen what that Truth Not Feelings guy really looked like. Not what I pictured. Not what I pictured at all. All right, Summer. Y'all want me to show it on here? I don't give a fuck. I don't like him. I used to feel sorry for him and stuff, but after the stuff that he has been doing in Sebastian's case and saying, I can't, no, fuck him. He's sick. Yes, Helen, I did. Hold on, there's actually a video. Hold on. Carl, what channel was that on? Email me that channel it was on, Carl. All right, Lace. The cam slip. JLR makes bank. He's got over 200,000 subs. I'm trying to open it, Lace. It's not letting me open the link. Yes, I know he's going by that. I don't like that man. Oh, he's definitely making bank. Lacey, it's not letting me open that link. So forward open. Yeah, it's not letting me open it or anything. Fuck. Okay, let me try it that way. Team Rose. Is Rose rapper? Oh no, the old guy? Hold on here. Hold on. We're gonna watch this. Hold on. No fucking way. Hold on, y'all.
So I should go get something to drink.
I'm gonna mute her. Hold on here. Is this him? Is that rapper right there? Okay, young guy on the bottom. I'm being Mama 3. I want that. I want some books. If y'all write books, I want JLR's book. Hold on here. Let me go through here and see. I've heard rapper, but I've never seen him. How come it's not showing him? How come it's not showing his picture? Oh, is that him? Where'd that go? Hold on here. I seen a. Is that him right there? No fucking way. The face don't match his behavior. If you do y'all remember Rap? I know you OGs do. Rap View, General Awareness, Rap. That's what I pictured him looking like. No way. Okay, check my email. Oh wow, this one's and his shirt says respect. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna upload this picture. Thank you, Summer. Yeah, I got the one of him. Hold on here a second. Oh wow. Rapper, I don't like him. I think he's a fucking worthless piece of shit. What he's done to Sebastian is unacceptable. I can't even fucking talk. Just a second here. Let me airdrop these here. Picture. That's not what I was expecting. And thank you, Carl. I got your email too, bro. Thank you. What the fuck's going on here? Why this? Come on. Fuck. Okay, here we go. I got it, I think. I think. I do. Hold on, I'll show you what Truth Not Feelings looks like. I don't like that guy. I think he's an arrogant piece of shit, in my opinion. Okay, here's this picture. Oh my God, look at that. That does look like that emoji. Yeah, fuck this dude. Fuck you, rapper, for real, for real. Fuck you. I don't know, I'm gonna show you this other dude. Okay, here is Truth Not Feelings. Another piece of shit, in my opinion. Let me take this rapper down here. He does look like that emoji. Lacey, it's a long story about Clue. I don't hate on her, but it's a long story. I don't want to get into it, really. I don't watch her no more, but this is on 6 Up Media.
He wasn't
like he was in another camper.
right. He wasn't standing in their camper,
That's him right there.
which I
He
thought
was
he
sitting in
was.
He was sitting in his truck.
You think he's in his truck there?
Yeah, play that back. It's the light over the back door.
It looked like he was standing though.
He was. I'm telling y'all, I think he was. Oh, you might be right. Hold on.
See how that?
No matter what I did in those phone calls. Oh, wait. Yeah, because there's the other kid handle.
Right. Anyway. And he steps out. You'll see how he steps out and moves his head out from the doorway.
Yeah. And that's why I'm there.
Jojo, you're amazing.
See,
Thank you
Nicole,
very
it's
much.
not Chris Proudfoot.
Because I know that you're already doing the
Oh, yeah, I see the thing.
job of holy two families. When it
What?
look down.
Look down.
Oh fuck!
I don't understand what we're looking at. I don't think.
I was trying to tell you that so that you would fix it yourself.
Oh well. How long was that up for?
Like 30 seconds, but
I don't care.
I was trying to get your attention to fix
Right,
it.
Lacey? I
What
wasn't
in the hell are
expecting
we
that
talking
either.
about?
Nothing. Go ahead. Go on.
Comes to the situation, so you're already doing what two should be doing.
He wasn't
like he was in another camper.
right. He wasn't standing in their camper, which I thought he was.
He was sitting in his truck.
You think he's in his truck there?
Yeah, play that back. It's the light over the back door.
It looked like he was standing though.
He was. I'm telling y'all, I think he was. Oh, you might be right. Hold on.
Not at all, Helen.
No matter what I did in those phone calls. Oh, wait. Yeah, because there's the other kid handle.
Right. Anyway.
And he steps out. You'll see how he steps out and moves his head out from the
Exactly, Lace. That's what I thought,
that's why
for
I'm there.
sure.
Jojo, you're amazing. Thank you very much.
For you, because I know that you're already doing the
Oh,
job
yeah, I see the thing.
I don't like Dago.
of
I don't
two
care for
families
him.
when it
What?
Look down.
Look down.
Oh fuck!
I don't understand what we're looking at. I don't think.
I was trying to tell you.
I thought
that
he was
so that
Chris
you
Proudfoot
would
too
fix
for a
it
minute.
yourself.
Oh well. How long was that up for?
Like 30 seconds, but
I don't care.
I was trying to get your attention to fix it.
What in the hell are we talking about?
Nothing. Go ahead. Go on.
Comes to the situation, so you're already doing what two should be doing.
But yeah. I don't blame nobody threatening his family either. And where in the fuck did he come from? Like, he come from nowhere. I don't know. And he thinks he knows every fucking thing. I don't like the dude. I like Clue, I do, but I don't go in her chat or nothing. I don't think she likes me, so I don't like going to chats to where you're never acknowledged or anything. You feel like you're talking to yourself, you know what I mean? Lacey, I'll tell you, and on TikTok, I'll message you and fill you in a little bit. I don't hold it against her. I don't. And I even spoke about it on a live I took up for her for what happened, and then, well, I know her daughter did get, someone threatened to red rum her daughter, which was really, really fucked up, and I would have probably lost my shit too, but yeah. I could see him doxing. I don't like Dago. I think I don't know. Facts, Nicole. Facts. He does. And Carl, honey, you're allowed to like whoever you want. I took up for short story short. People were calling her a racist and all this. And I don't believe she's racist because of that JB guy. And look, like I said, whenever I took up for her, I come from the backwoods of Kentucky. What do you think I grew up around? Thick racism. My stepdad was a racist motherfucker, God rest his soul, but one of the best men I ever met in my life. Do you think that I'm going to hate my stepdad because he's racist? But I don't think Clue's racist. I don't. Just because she had that guy on her panel. You know what I mean? Shit happens sometimes. And I don't get that vibe from her. Just because she had that JB dude saying the hard R word and stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what it was. And I will take up for Clue on that. Oh, Summer, let's expose him. I remember that, Jules, because y'all were in his chat. Right, yes, Lacey, yes, that. And you know, back in the days, even me, I used to say that F word and the R word and nothing about it. You know, and honestly, I still said it in my older years until I really got on social media, and it don't offend me, but I get it does offend others, but you know what I mean? No. And because she got doxxed and her daughter, they threatened to red rum her daughter. Facts, Lacey. That's what I was saying, you know, but no. And people, I get it. The people that are against her, I get it. But, you know, I'm not against her. I heard Dago was grifting because he's trying to say he's losing his house or something now. And, well, motherfucker, get a job. Right, Helen, me too, kinda. It was normal. I mean, you'd be like, oh, that's so R word, or, you know, it was nothing derogatory at all or anything. But like I said, somebody come after my kid and dox me and like that, like threaten to red rum my child. Lord, like Lacey said, it's hard to tell what's going to come out of my mouth. See, Lacey, I probably did, but I'm hillbilly as fuck, and I don't. I didn't know no better when I was younger. I wouldn't dare. I don't do it now. I try not to, and I don't think it's because, like I said, it don't offend me, but I know it offends other people, and I do try to respect other people. But I'm not going to hold it against people to say it. I'm not. Right, truly. Yeah, Dago's a grifter, yes. With all his fucking stupid looking merch, and yeah, I don't care for him. Yeah, they threatened in chat several times to red rum her daughter with her address. Nicole, I get that. I do. But you got to realize this is a big country, this is a big world, and you know, we're all not the same. We're not the same. Me too, Helen. I don't like Dago. He gives me the EBGBs. I don't know. Right, Jules, it does. And look, we got some years on you, Jules. Could you imagine when we were younger? You know, it's like, but like, I don't say the N word or nothing like that. You know, I've never, and you know, I was raised around it and I hate that I was, but I can't help it. Back then, I didn't know no different now. But I never did say it. It wasn't in me to say it, you know? Right, Kiwi. I know, Helen, because she said her daughter's gay, and I know, but I don't know, you know, but I don't hold that against her. I don't. The South's different, ain't it, Lace? It is, and I don't know. I don't hold none of that against Clue, and I took up for her, and trust people haven't drugged me, or it's like the second time I took up for her on it, and yeah, the N word is a no go, regardless. No, I'm not. No, no, no. It's no. No, Helen. Yeah, I don't do the N word. No, she didn't say the N word. That JB Gunner dude was on her panel and said it, but she kicked him off, and you know what I'm saying? But he was saying, like with the A, and then he was saying the W with the hard R, you know what I'm talking about? Like what they used to call white people. I don't want to say the words. But no, she didn't say those words. No. But they were calling her racist because he was on there. But she kicked him off and hasn't done nothing with him since. And he made videos trashing her and shit afterwards, you know? And but it's a selective outrage, you know? I think Clue's cool as fuck, I do, but I just don't like going to a chat all the time and feeling like I'm just talking to myself. Or, you know? She was on the guys panel, and I don't hold it against her. I don't. Yeah, that one, Lace. Yes. I don't hold it against her because she didn't directly say it. But she cut ties with the dude, you know? I mean, come on. I like that she is brutally honest. She's unapologetically honest. Or I can't even say fucking words today. What's wrong with me? Yeah, the N word, that's no matter how old you are, that's a bad word. Regardless. Oh my goodness, Sonia. Lacey, it's exactly what I said. My stepdad that raised me, he's passed away now, but he was a racist motherfucker, but he was one of the best men ever in my life. My real dad, he's still alive and he lives down in Alabama, and he's not racist, but my stepdad was, but he was amazing dad. He done pretty good raising me, I think. I think so too, Carl. There is people, it's a lot worse. It's a selective outrage. Okay, because for instance, I'm not. Heels is dead and gone. God rest her soul. And what made me stop liking Heels was that, what was it, the Kendrick, or what was that case? And she was a little racist about or something. I can't remember. But I think I just kind of followed the crowd, maybe. I don't remember, but people still liked her after all that, but they want to hold it against Clue. And Clue didn't even say it. So many people's been rude to Jules, man, and it fucking pisses me off. And everybody wants to call Jules a fraud and all this, but they won't take the time. She will say, I'm going to send you proof, and I'm going to send you, and they won't take the time to look at her proof. She has proof. I've seen it. I took the time. I took the time to get to know her. And yeah, she's who she says she is. She was in Tennessee, and Kendrick Johnson. There you go. Jules, I remember whenever you went up on Queen's panel to take up for Clue for them calling her chlamydia, and you got jumped on that panel. I didn't like that. Yeah, Heels was wrong. Yeah, and that's what made me. But people that still loved Heels now hate Clue. Make that make sense. That's the selective outrage. That's what I don't like that. You got to hold the same standards to every fucking body. Yeah, Heels, I didn't like that shit. But it did break my heart when Heels passed. I don't know why. I took it hard, and I didn't even like the woman. They still say she wasn't in Tennessee. Yeah, she was. She has logs, search logs. Clue did do a lot for Sebastian. The billboard, yep, she sure did. Sent bracelets to people for free, all kinds of stuff. And Jules has done a lot too. Queen Bee, I've known her for a very long time. As long as I've known Snacks in here. I have a love-hate for Queen, but Queen is not who she used to be. Queen is not the Queen I used to love. She does have double standards. She don't hold everyone to the same standard. And BTM is a worthless piece of shit, in my opinion. Right, Helen, we all mess up. Man, I did some horrible shit to a kid on here last year before, and guess who was on? I'm gonna shut up, but yeah, somebody was on panel with me when that happened. We talked about this recently, the selective outrage, yes. And that same person was on panel with me when that happened with the kid. Yeah, Queen's changed. Yeah, B. Tim, he's a weirdo. He's arrogant as fuck, yeah. And Jules, you don't have to prove yourself to nobody no more. I wouldn't even, I know you're not stressing it no more, and I'm glad you're home safe now. The people that matter, know. You know what I'm saying? Quality over quantity. The people that matter and that know you for you and the truth, that's all that matters, baby. And fuck all these other people. We don't like them either. You gonna shut up too, Summer? Yeah. Yeah, I said I've been liking Savage a little bit lately. See, me and Savage, I didn't really like her because I used to be, everybody knows I was fucking close to Cher, best friends with her for 5 fucking years, and it brought me a lot of hate sometimes. Jinx, truly. It's not, Lacey, it's not. It is not. We are all human, that's facts. Lacey, that's what I said. They want to call Jules a liar, then they can't believe Chris and Katie and Seth even vouched for her. They can't believe either one of those 3 and not believe Jules. You know what I'm saying? If Jules is lying, then they're lying too. I like Savage. She's funny. I might not agree with everything, but Summer's her mod. You was a BJ mod, Summer? What? Fuck that bitch. Hey, Summer's cool though. I like Summer. But like, yeah, me and Savage back during the Quentin Simon case, I called her out on some shit over that phone call that Crime Sleuth and fucking spliced together, Betty, and it was a mess. But now, Summer, when I come to Savage's live next, you got to take up for me if she jumps on me because I know she knows who I am. Maybe she done forgot. I don't know. Maybe I'm irrelevant, hopefully. But a lot of people don't forget who I am and where I come from. Bingo, Jules. That's what I'm saying. They can't call you a liar and believe the parents. They can't do that because they all three vouched for you. People can be stripped to the bone. Let me tell you something. You cross me or try to say I'm lying about shit. Uh-oh. It's over. I fucking, I can get ghetto quick. I don't know where that snake's been, Nicole. Don't care, because fuck her. I've cussed her out. Allie! You did miss us. We're getting ready to get off here, actually. Crackhead behind the wall. Yep, fuck her. Thank you, Summer. I like when she had that horse upside down and she drags Betty. I liked when she was playing Betty's when she was cooking. So I was like, I'm gonna make a roast and show you how to do it, Betty. Oh, I remember that lace when shit went down with salty motherfuckers. Savage is funny, she is. Val is too. Yeah, Lacey's yeah. She went through some shit on here. Well, I have to. No, I didn't get CPS or nothing. Cops called, but I went through some shit with my fucking British ex. Nay, yeah, the horse up there. It's fucking hilarious. Carl, that's why you love me because you got threw out here. I was talking about that earlier when that Kiwi dude was in here or something, and I said, yeah, I said Carl, I said I threw him out and everything else. Yeah, I like Val. That's my name too, Val. Kinda. It is. No, Jules, they're two different people. Chronicles of Olivia, stay away from her. I don't like her. Yeah, that horse is fucking hilarious. I'll never forget with Savage. She's got it on video. Y'all remember when she went to, I think it was Bombshell's house, and she was hanging out because Bombshell told her to pull up or something. I think it was Bombshell. And Savage pulled up with a fucking bullhorn out the sunroof. Y'all remember that? That was the funniest fucking shit I ever seen in my life. I think it was Bombshell. Somebody correct me. Truly lives down the road from me, kinda. Remember that, Ellie? That was fucking hilarious, man. Don't tell Savage to pull up because she will pull the fuck up. I seen it. With a bullhorn out the sunroof. You stopped supporting her there? I thought it was funny. But I didn't like support Savage then. I didn't really know her then, you know? Yeah, I remember she went to see O'Dolly. I mean, you just don't tell somebody pull up, and because they might just pull up. And yeah, and we're from the same area. Me and Truly's hillbillies. We grew up in the Appalachians. I can't fucking talk today. What the fuck? I've talked too much. I ain't been lying forever and 2 days in a row. Breaking news, breaking news. I know it sounds like fucking JLR. Like I said, might not agree with everything Savage does, but none of us is going to agree with everything, you know? I remember what she done to Benny too. Everybody knows I think the world of Benny Keys. That's my bro, and some fuck shit happened there. But that's the past, you know. I love being a hillbilly. Me too. I love it. Everybody will try to call me, oh, you Kentucky hillbilly, like it's an insult. No, honey. No, honey. It's not an insult to me. Or they say, oh, you cousin fucker. Yeah, okay. Is that all you got? Come on, come something else, you know. I'm not a fucking cousin fucker. Yes, Summer, we can. That's why I said I welcome anybody as long as you're respectful, you know? For real. I love me some Benny too. I hope he's doing good. I haven't talked to him in a while. Me too, Lace. I talked to him. I caught him once when he got out of jail. But I don't want to bother him, you know, and Benny's one of them, you know, if he's got you, he's fucking got you, man. And I know right now I could call him if I needed something and bam. But he was doing good. He was making music when I talked to him. He's doing really good. Me neither, Lacey. I won't. I used to. I have. There's some people I won't let in my chat. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Cause like I can't stand Brittany J. And there is like that funky guy that's in Brittany's all the time. He comes over here sometimes. And he's very respectful and I allow him here, you know, and it's cool. And Southerners don't play. I hate that he did too, and you know, I get it though, because he was so in love with his wife, you know, and Luca, and people were kicking him while he was already down, you know what I mean? I get that, Jules. My dogs aren't working dogs, but like my little black one, she don't like kids and she'll bite, and people want to run up to my kids. I'm like, they bite, and why do they want to run up to dogs? Funky is really nice. He's nice to me. Lacey, there is some people that like Sonia in here. I think I don't know if she still does because I don't watch the bitch anymore, but I think she goes to Crackhead's channel. Not many people still go over there and come here, but because she blocked everybody that came with me. Yeah, she's talking about Cher, Jules. Crackhead behind the wall, that fucking bitch. I don't want to talk about her though. I'm done with her. She ain't worth my time. All sending money. I'll send certain people like a super chat and stuff sometimes, like Remain Calm. I love Remain Calm. Love her heart. But I don't even think I am members on any channels anymore. Maybe Duty Ron's I still am. But Duty Ron is like my friend. Like, yeah. She blocked you. She blocked everybody that's over here. She has all of us blocked. Fucking weak bitch. I'm not gonna talk about her because she ain't worth my time. Yeah. I know, Summer. The hate bonding is real. That won't last. It won't last. They're both using each other for subs and money. I know, Nicole. I love RC. Yep, Lace. Facts. Because she knew that me and BJ hated each other. BJ knew I fell out with her, and they hate bonded because of me. Facts. Yeah, Sonia, do you still go over there? I don't know if you do or not. I don't hold nothing against you. You're the only one that I could think of. I know you go everywhere and you're very respectful and stay true to yourself everywhere you go. Lacey, she's friends with Smiley too now. Imagine that. Every one of my haters, she's friends with now. It's fucking wild. Yeah, RC's a good woman. My little dog isn't mean, but she has like seizures out of the blue, and when she has a seizure, she bites me, she attacks me, and she hurts me. Lacey, remain calm. RC, remain calm. Y'all keep her in her prayers. Her husband just passed away not long ago. Yeah, she's buddies with Smiley. Like Smiley. When me and her, whenever I fucking kicked her to the curb, she went to Smiley about me. That's who was there for her during mine and her breakup. Smiley. My hand's good now. I got a big black spot and a chunk took out of my thumb. Hi, Mr. Mark. How are you, Wolf Wolf? Yeah, I love Remain Calm. I do. Yeah, she just lost her husband not long ago. Love her heart. It's hot out. Yeah, it's hot. I think it's hot everywhere. Oh, it's okay, Allie. I'm good now. I'm healed, but God bless. She got me there for a week. Bless her little heart. Oh, you don't go over there no more, Sonia? Okay, I didn't know. I really did not know. I said if anybody would, probably maybe you, because I see you know. I don't hold it against people. Maybe some. I don't want some people over here. Yeah, I want to hug her too, Lacey. I do. And good for you, Sonia. You got good taste. Them two's fucking trash. Her channel is underrated. Labs are good dogs. Yeah, Summer, check out Remain Calm. She's in it for the right reasons. She is. I can't watch Dolly. I can't stand that motherfucker. He got a red dot on his house. I can't do that shit. I don't like Dolly. There's another creator on here that's got a red dot on their house, and it blew my mind when I heard it. Come get your man, cotton candy. I'll never forget that, Nicole. It's still a joke. It's funny as fuck. I used to like him too, back during Summer's case, maybe when it first started. I don't remember, but it's been a while. But no, he's no. Dolly is sick as fuck. He is. Red dot Dolly. Carl, did you know he had a red dot on his house? He's a piece of shit. And he likes to put his hands on women. He's worthless. He's like a football tall. I love Benny. He cracks me the fuck up. I hope he's still sticking to his music because he has potential. Jules, you got beautiful dogs. Everybody's got beautiful dogs. I love all dogs. I know, Summer. I remember that. I would have probably pulled up on him too. Didn't they go to court and shit? Yeah, that was fucked up, putting her baby girl in there. Yeah, Lacey. Dolly put Savage's granddaughter on. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, Jules loves my wiener. Wieners. Yeah, I love my baby girls. Yeah. That's why Savage pulled up on Dolly. Jules got me hooked on those dog treat chip things. Yeah, they can be entertaining. A bunch of hackling women and stuff. She'll yeet herself into it again. Yeah, Lacey, it's like them lonely old callers on fucking before T-Rev went away for a while. Yeah, the chicken chips. Today I ordered one of the big multi-packs and 2 of the little snack packs so I can put it in my purse for them. Truly, these dog treats, they are literally like potato chips for dogs, and my girls love them. Jules sent me a bag a while back, and she wanted me to try them, and so then I bought another bag of another flavor, and then today I put in a bigger order, and I'm gonna, yeah, they love them. I got actually right here sitting beside me the beef ones. They're about gone. They love them. They're just like human potato chips. That's what it sounds like when they're eating them. My girls love them. You're still the sheriff, Carl. Rocks and trauma. Y'all are crazy. My dogs eat a lot of treats, but my oldest one, the one in the picture with me, years ago, she got pancreatitis really bad, and I had to change her diet, take a lot of fat out. So I'm very picky with what I give her, and these are perfect. And yes. Carl, I didn't forget. I like these chips. They're literally called beef chips and chicken chips and turkey chips. Aw, Jules. Yeah, Jules got me turned on to this company. And I'm totally hooked. Well, my dogs are, and they're good for them. I love when they eat them, though, Jules. It sounds just like they're eating human potato chips, don't it? They love them. I'll say, "You want a chip?" And they'll sit down because they know because I make them sit. Oh, Jules. Jinx, there you go, Truly. Crunch, crunch. Yeah, they sound just like regular potato chips. My dogs love them. I just got the beef ones the other day before yesterday, and they're about gone. I can't help it. They love them. So I got the big ones. I'm probably going to order weekly now. Truly, they might like them for real because they're a lot like regular chips, but they're only one ingredient, like beef. They're freeze dried and they're sliced really thin. I think they're freeze dried. I don't know, but it's just one ingredient, meat. And I tried to use that code today again, Jules, because I used it when I ordered the beef ones, but it wouldn't let me use it again. It said I'd already used it. There's a subscription order. Yeah, I was looking at that because it had me sign up where I can get points today when I ordered. So I'm going to look at the subscription because I don't want to run out of them. I highly recommend them. Oh, it's a one-time use. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? And I kept going back to our text where you gave me the code. But see, I get points, so I want to use the points. And it's like a mom and pop kind of little dog treat business, and I like supporting them better than like PetSmart and stuff too anyway, so. And my dogs are picky about chews. They like bully sticks. And if you know what bully sticks are, it's gross as fuck, but they like those. I give them for bones. And then these, I give them some sweet potato, freeze-dried sweet potato things with chicken freeze-dried around them. And then these chips now. Oh, I'm going to have to watch that. I subscribe to their Instagram and their TikTok and all that, I think. Suge Knight. Yep, I recommend. And I'm picky with my dogs and their treats. So Jules got me hooked. And they are made in the USA, of course. See, I would have to send that to me, Jules. You'll have to text that about the peanut butter. I have to check the fat content and stuff in that because of my little Monroe here. I like sweet potato fries. I like sweet potatoes. I love sweet potatoes. But I get my dogs the freeze-dried ones with chicken wrapped around them because they're low in fat. I have to watch a lot of peanut butter though, but if I could get some peanut butter that was low in fat for them. Get me a dehydrator. I never even thought about that, Lace. Yeah, I love sweet potatoes. Why have I never thought about that? Because I do buy the freeze-dried sweet potato stuff for my dogs because they're low in fat. That's why I get excited when I can find some other low in fat treats because of Monroe. Winifred, she is good. She can eat anything, but I'm not going to give one thing and not the other. You know what I mean? So I give them the same thing. Probiotic. One of my air fryer has a dehydrator setting. I'll have to look at that. Oh yeah, it'd be good. I can make them kind of. You got a Monroe, a doggy? Aww. Mine's a wiener dog. The one in my picture, the red one there, that's Monroe. She's my oldest one. She's the one that has, or she don't have pancreatitis no more, but she did, and I changed her diet so she wouldn't get it no more. Yeah, her name is Monroe. I actually named her, I bought her in Monroe, Louisiana. I bought both of them in Monroe, Louisiana, but I got Monroe and Winifred. Call her Winnie. Yes, my little Monroe. I love my babies. I could talk dogs all day too. Look, we done scrolled off on dogs. I love it. And all of us in here are talking about dogs. I love it. I love dogs, man. I'm not so much a cat person, but I like them outside. Like, and if I see stray ones, well, I've learned my lesson because I had like 11 fucking cats at one time and I about had a panic attack. The terminal list? No, I don't even know what that is. Service dogs are expensive. Yorkie Maltese. Oh. Yeah, Monroe, I got the miniature dachshunds. Monroe weighs like 14, 15 pounds. And Winifred, she weighs like 21. She's my little chubby. I don't know if you could get them from this, but I know like prisons, there's some prisons where they let the prisoners work with the dogs and you can adopt them. Have you ever heard of that? I can't remember that program, but It's a really good program. Yeah, Jules has probably got all the hookups to dogs. Since she's fake and all. £10 and 20. Mine's 14. She's 14, 15. She's always about the same, but Winifred, she's a little chunky monkey. And she's the one that bites me. She's stout. See, I got another picture here. Let me show you. I'll show you my wieners. Some of you might not have seen them. Right there's my babies. Oh, Sonia. You fell asleep? Gossip, I love you. There's my babies. I got other pictures, but these are just ones I got saved on everything. Yes, my baby dolls. I love these dogs. They're so fucking goofy and smart, and except for I have no grass in my yard. They dig. They dig and dig and dig. They'll dig holes and cover theirself up. Terrier and Chihuahua. Aw. The red one, that's Monroe. She's a long-haired dapple. Dachshund. That's my baby. That was my first one. She's 5. She just turned 5 the other day. And Winifred, the black one, she just turned 3. Yeah. Their legs are like 2 inches tall. I love them. Penelope. Oh, I like that name in Benjamin. That's cute. Yeah, you should see them digging holes, man. It's so funny. They'll get sideways with their little things. But these dogs I got are bred to hunt badgers, you all. To dig them badgers out of the holes. It's fucking crazy. Get you a dog, Gossip, for your... So I got another one. There they go. They're my loves. I don't know what else I got on here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. That fucking bitch. Lacey, hook up with Jules, and I'm for sure she could probably help you. Do you remember when Smiley's fucking eyebrow slid off her face? I made, I think Duchess made this meme, but I said something previous. One of her eyebrows fucking was missing by the end of her live. I was like, yeah, her eyebrow got tired of her fucking shit too. Oh, I love corgis. I call corgis little corn dogs. I got the corn dogs and then I got the little hot dogs. I love corgis. They look like little corn dogs. Or here, we're selling t-shirts. What else we got here? I don't even know what all I got in here. You ain't missing nothing, Joel. She's a piece of shit grifter. T-shirts for sale. Let's see. Can you spot the difference on that one? A pug or a Rottweiler? I can't stand her either, Sonia. I want a beagle hound. I want a big dog. Alert missing eyebrow. I love beagle hounds. My papa used to rabbit hunt. I like hound dogs. Nothing but a hound dog. What do I got here? Y'all seen that? Yeah, that Lord Lodge is fucking weird. I don't know about that. Look, mine howl when I leave. Like they bark, but when I leave, they both sit at the door and howl. I have an inside camera, you know, so I can watch them. I'm very protective of my freaking dogs, but yeah, they howl at the door, and it's like, oh my god. Well, y'all laughing at my picture. Let's see. I'm trying to see what all I got here. Here we go. He is the storm. Where is? That's all I got. Yeah, my papa's used to. I love them though. A Chiweenie? Oh, you got a half wiener dog then. Chiweenies. Urbos? I thought about getting one of those. I got it's a Ring camera, like a Ring doorbell, but it's a camera. I have a Ring doorbell, then I have the camera for in here, so I can watch them when I leave, and I can talk to them. They're spoiled rotten. All right, I am going to get off here. Oh my God, 5 hours. Lord. Let's see here. Hold on a second. I gotta play a song. What am I gonna play? Let's see. I'm gonna play some Upchurch, of course. You couldn't even watch it. Well, thank you all, and I probably ain't going. I'll go live tomorrow about old Gypsy. Good night. Thank y'all. Love y'all.
I'm gonna shine till I can't go down. Ride this out till I slide on rails. Make 'em remember the face. My winning displayed in a case. On the other side with the grace. Rewind it back. Yes, facts. We was built like that. 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 I wanna be a tall tale, energy in me passed down. Reppin' my city, make maps proud. The way that I'm living, they mapped out. From no college, no education. Now my house a whole space station. They blame the Illuminati, say I am a Freemason. Cause it's legendary trail that I'm out here blazing. Rap bag so big that a hater can't take it. From a 5-speed Ford to a 6-figure Ford. So many sound files in my dome, I'm born. Tell Elon Musk I'ma need more storage. Cause I be living large, so I got a long story. I'ma need a house made of glass, 13 floors. Whole window, don't need a front porch. What I see in my head, don't need a weak door. No turnkey for a keyless Ford. I'm gonna shine till I can't go down. Ride this out till I slide on rails. Till I slide on. Make 'em remember the face. My winning displayed in a case. On the other side with the grace. Rewind it back. Yes, facts. We was built like that. 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 I am that culture magic for a demographic. Vision in my words seem photographic. And talking my shit with my teeth ceramic. Only people with 3 eyes will be seen around me. Don't compare me to the greatest on your playlist. Cause the greatest on your playlist ain't this. That is no diss, but a tip with my hat lit. I don't wanna be anything that has been. I just wanna spin when the world spins. Track on the disc, got a whirlwind. Let the world hear till there's no one standing on this waterland spear. Rolling up that shake, finna smoke get spear. Hit them in the heart when they approach my field. Come in peace so you can leave in a meal. I'ma stay shining like fire in the steel. Tucked deep in the darkest soft red hills. I'm gonna shine till I can't go down. Ride this out till I slide on rails. Till I slide on. Make 'em remember the face. My winning displayed in a case. On the other side with the grace. Rewind it back. Yeah, it's facts. We was built like that. We was built like that. We was built like that. We was built like that.